Quorum. I know some people are still not in the room, but we do have quorum, so we should get started. We've got a long meeting tonight with a lot of content, so I want to get moving. I'll ask if everybody could please look at your phones and make sure that they're turned to silent or vibrate. And with that said, I'm going to ask if everybody could please rise for a moment of silence and then the singing of O Canada. Thank you. Councillor Joyner.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, in all thy sons command, with glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land, glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Excellent. Please be seated. It was great. So we'll move to adoption of the agenda. Are there any additions or changes in order to the agenda? Councillor Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is the appropriate time for me to ask that you rule on the BDS motion 14.1, as I don't feel it's within the jurisdiction of this body to discuss that particular issue, and particularly that motion. Clearly in our procedural bylaw, this is beyond the scope of our jurisdiction and should be ruled out of order.
Thank you, Councillor. And from 14.1 is the boycott, divest, sanction Israel movement. So this is a motion that's being brought forward tonight. It is on our agenda, and that you are asking that it be ruled out of order. Councillor Height, relative to this issue?
Yes, since I've been approached by a counselor about my Jewish upbringing, it might be perceived that I have a conflict, so I'm going to excuse myself on this issue on the Jewish state of Israel. Even though I don't believe it belongs here, I'm going to excuse myself from all the issues on this.
Thank you. I will advise council after speaking with the clerk that we have dealt with other issues in a similar vein, and I'll quote several. The deer hunt that takes place in Short Hills and St. Catharines, the missing persons initiative that we entertained not long ago, wind energy that again is not within our jurisdiction. It has to do with the province, and so to say that this particular one is out of order would be something that I could not accept. Councillor Edgar.
Thank you, Chair. It's my belief that this particular motion is different than the ones that you quoted, in that this one is irrelevant because, number one, the first paragraph of the resolution says the policy of the local NDP, and it's not their policy, nor is it the policy of any of the NDPs. So we're actually going to be debating and dealing with a motion that is totally irrelevant because there's nobody to blame it on.
Thank you. I also want to recognize that there are 4 delegations tonight, or presentations, and I'm assuming that many of them would be in the audience already. So I'm going to turn to council to ask if council finds this in order and is willing to hear it tonight or not. Did you have something further, Councillor Marshall?
Just to say that I agree, some of the issues you mentioned, we have discussed. And I think because we're getting busier and busier, we all have to be more vigilant. And I think some of them, some of the issues that you described should not be discussed here, and we just shouldn't do it. We're way beyond our scope. So I welcome the vote. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Nunziata? Microphone?
To correct the record, this is not speaking about policy. The first paragraph is really, really clear. It's the position of the NDP Niagara Centre Provincial Riding Association. It's their position. They put forward the position. The minute that they've attached the word Niagara to anything, I think it is within the responsibility of this level of government to make sure that we disassociate with such a radical position coming from a Niagara association. This is coming in our backyard. It does belong at this level of government, and I would like the consent of this council to move forward with the resolution.
So I see Councillor Edgar. I will also advise that if in fact this motion does not appear on our agenda, we will then therefore have no business on our agenda that's dealing with the issue, and the presentations would be out of order too. Councillor Edgar?
Thank you, Chair. I apologize to Councillor Nunziata because I used the wrong term when I said policy. I meant to say position. And I took the time and liberty of calling the NDP today to find out what their position was on this issue. And I was told what happened was a union representative brought the motion to one of their meetings, and at that meeting they decided whether or not they're going to send it on to their policy convention for discussion on the floor, which is every democratic association's right. They moved it on to the floor, but it is not their position. The NDP has taken no position.
Chair, point of
on
order.
that. And that is...
I'm recognizing a point of order. Councillor Barrick?
Thanks. We're on the adoption of the agenda, so we're either approving the agenda or not. I'm hearing we don't want to debate it, but then people are getting up and speaking to it. So let's speak to it when we get to the item rather than now.
No, we're talking.
You're right. Thank you. So Councillor has a point. We should probably not be debating it here. This is just whether it should appear on the agenda or not.
Thank you, Chair. So
with that, I'll ask council to take a position on whether it should in fact be on the agenda or not. A yes vote, we'll use the electronic system. I should tell you that the timer has been set for 10 seconds as opposed to 20. So please don't leave your seat if when the vote comes. Please make sure that you're around. And yes vote will be yes, it stays on the agenda. A no vote will mean that it gets removed from the agenda.
Chair, if I may, before you call that as a point of order, I believe the request was for the chair to make a ruling on the item. It was put forward in due course, in due order at the last meeting, and council deferred it to be here. So should it be on the agenda? Yes, because council put it on this agenda. And the request was specifically for the chair to make a ruling. I would ask the chair make a ruling, and if somebody disagrees, they can challenge the chair.
Fair point. My ruling is that it stays on the agenda. Since we put it on the agenda, we've invited the speakers here today. I will not be taking it off the agenda myself.
I challenge the chair.
Thank you. There's a challenge to the chair. Does it need a seconder?
Chair, on a point of order?
Yeah.
Taking into consideration comments from Councillor Barrick and those that followed, if council decided in the last council meeting to put this on the agenda, does council not have to vote 2/3 to remove it from the agenda?
I'll ask the clerk.
Reconsideration.
Be patient, it's important. Madam Clerk?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I do believe that it would require a 2/3 majority.
So So we're into the challenge of the chair that I'm assuming would require 2/3 of the,
No, this is just a simple majority. This is, shall the ruling of the chair be sustained? It's a simple majority.
okay, so we've got, well, wait a minute, let's get this straight. So we've got a challenge of the chair, which I ruled it is in order, and which would be a simple majority, Councillor Maves, and so I'm not sure that your point would be relevant.
If I may, Chair, on that point, I know it's semantics, but it's important.
Yep,
Even if 51% disagree with your ruling, it should still then take a 2/3 vote after that to remove it off the agenda.
okay, so my ruling is that I will not take it off the agenda myself. If somebody else wishes to take it off the agenda after that, then they can vote to, as Councillor Marshall did, and we can call the vote.
On a point of order, are you saying that then it's going to require 2/3?
That's correct.
Because we historically, and we've been here a long time, even this year, we've challenged the chair many times on issues
No,
similar to this, if not
I
more
don't think I was
complex.
clear.
And, yep, but it's a simple challenging the chair. You ruled it in order, and I'm challenging the chair. If it's out of order, then it's not on the agenda.
That's not
It doesn't
correct.
require 2/3.
That's not correct. You missed a
This is
step.
new territory and brand new. We make it up sometimes as we go along.
No, it's not new. I take offense to that. It's not new. The challenge of the chair has been around forever. If my ruling is incorrect, then your ruling, your motion will then stand requiring 2/3 to pass. Okay, so with that, I'm going to call the vote on challenge to the chair. My ruling stays with a yes vote and is defeated with a no vote. Open them when necessary.
Vote is open.
You have 10 seconds. I'll ask for a recorded vote, please. By the slimmest margin, I have, it stays on the agenda. Now, if, by the same token, if you wish to have a motion to remove it from the agenda, I'll entertain that, but it takes 2/3. Motion by Councillor Marshall to remove, seconder. Seconder by Councillor Edgar.
Wait, sorry, Chair. I thought I saw the results. It said, did it say 12 yes, 11 no?
That's the challenge of the chair.
Yeah, and I thought you stated a yes vote was, what you said is correct and in order. So
Yeah.
the motion is not, the motion doesn't come forward by voting yes.
I'm trying to make sure that council is totally comfortable with my, what I've recommended, and that if in fact they want it removed, if council wants, I want it on. If council wants it removed, then they can say so now. And that would
I'm
require,
not sure why we had a vote to challenge the chair's ruling then, if we're gonna just skip to the 2/3 vote anyway.
I want to make sure, exactly sure that council is okay with hearing it, and that there is a motion to remove it from the agenda. Let's see where it goes. And I'll ask for a recorded vote, and please open. So a yes will be that it, shall we say it stays on the agenda? Okay, a yes is to remove it from the agenda. A no is it stays on the agenda. And it will require 2/3. Carry on, please.
Vote is open.
No is successful. It stays on the agenda. Any other changes or additions to the items on the agenda? Councillor Nunziata.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry. Thanks for that, Gary. Just to move up, the motion to follow the delegations.
Yes. So the request is to move the motion to follow the delegations. Is there a seconder for that? Or do I need a seconder? Seconder, Councillor Maves. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? And that's carried.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So with that said, are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest not already stated? Oh, sorry. Oh, I guess I'll need a motion to adopt the agenda as amended. Councillor Rigby, Councillor Dart, all those in favor? Opposed, if any? And that's carried. So are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest that have not been declared? Councillor
I'll
Height?
list them, all delegations, correspondence CLC 56, 57, 58, and on motion 14.1.
Thank you. I see Councillor Edgar, then Councillor Barrick.
Thank you, Chair. Report COM 14-2017, as my wife Darlene is Director of Children's Services.
Thank you. Councillor Barrick?
Thank you. CLC 65-2017, that's a letter from MPP Forster. She references heavily the MPCA, of which I'm an employee, so I'll declare conflict on that item.
Thank you. Any further conflicts? Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My conflict was declared at the Corporate Services Committee. As recorded in the minutes, the indirect pecuniary interest with respect to agenda items 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, 5.3, 6.2, and 6.3, as these items deal with policy related to development charges, and there is a family business that would maybe be indirectly affected, or the family business might be directly affected, and I have an indirect pecuniary interest in that.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank
Any
you.
further? Councillor Height?
Yes, I better add that CLC 65, 2017 as well.
65, 2017. Got it. Thank you. Further declarations? Seeing none, we'll move on to the statutory public meeting section of the agenda. So tonight we have a statutory public meeting that is being held pursuant to Section 12 of the Development Charges Act of 1997. The purpose of the meeting is to give the public an opportunity to ask questions and provide comments and make recommendations on the proposed development charges bylaw. The underlying backgrounds and the underlying background study, sorry. Council will not be taking any action on the proposed changes tonight, but we will be at the next meeting. So with that, we have, I believe, four presentations?
We have two presentations and
Two presentations and four people to speak so far. So with that, I'm going to move to the first presentation, and I'll invite Gary Scanlon to the podium, please. Now, Gary, I understand, welcome. I understand that your presentation is just a little longer than the 10-minute limit, but it's probably worth us taking the time to listen to it because I know it's got important detail. So please continue.
Thank you, Chair. I will move through quickly. There's a lot of information which we wanted to bring out from the report. I'll hit the highlights as we move through, but it's here to accentuate the main points we think you should be aware of. Pleasure to be here this evening. Thank you for having me. Just very quickly, the first 2 pages just summarize the process that we've been going through. We've undertaken extensive discussions with regional staff. We've engaged with all of the local municipalities on several meetings. We've had several stakeholder meetings as well. We've been before different committees of council on several occasions. So tonight we're here for the public meeting, and subsequent to this, council will be considering the bylaw on June 29th. Your bylaw currently, the one that you have in place, will, I think, expire on July 4th. Purpose is very similar to any other public meeting. It's statutory. It's to inform the public of the information. It's mandatory that we have 60 days circulation and a minimum 60 days in between when we release the report and when council can consider the actual bylaw. And through this process, we've met those timelines. As you've noted, it's a normal public meeting where you'll allow me to make the presentations, and subsequent to that, there'll be questions of council and the public. Just to be clear for the general public, development charges are something that's not new. They've been around for 60 years now. They used to be called lot levies, and they were imposed under the Planning Act, And since 1989, we've had something called the Development Charges Act. And we've been guided in our calculations since that particular point. They're basically to recover infrastructure costs, which will allow or will benefit growth within the community. And the Act provides a number of parameters on how we do the calculations, including limitations, reductions, deductions, mandatory exemptions, et cetera. Just to be clear that these charges are really for the higher order types of infrastructure. Developing landowners are still responsible for, say, the servicing of their own subdivisions, the internal roads, sewer, water mains, street lights, et cetera, would still be their responsibility. Very quickly, the charges are to identify the amount, type, and location of growth, identifying the servicing needs to accommodate that growth, which translates really into capital projects. When we have capital costs, there's a number of deductions, grant subsidies, other contributions, whether there's a benefit to existing development as a result. Generally, that's if we're replacing something, say a police station with a larger police station, there's a portion of it which is benefiting for the existing replacement. There's a statutory 10% reduction for the softer services. It doesn't apply to water, wastewater, roads, storm, police, and fire. And then we're guided by historic service standard calculations, et cetera. We end up with a net cost and basically divide it back through the growth to come up with the charges. And I'll show you the charges as we go through. So just to take that slide and represent it in a very simple form, we have as the numerator, we have the cost of infrastructure that we need to accommodate growth. We divide it by the growth, and we come up with the development charges. And we have both residential charges, which are represented on a per unit basis, and non-residential, which is on a per square foot. The Act mandates mandatory exemptions, not many, but industrial expansions. So you can expand up to 50% with no charge being paid. And then for low density, you can add 2 apartments, high density, medium density, add 1 additional apartment. So that allows for a certain amount of intensification. And then within the local government, the upper tier can't impose charges on the lower tier of the school boards, and correspondingly, they can't impose on any new regional buildings. There's mandatory exemptions. Those were the mandatory. These are discretionary. And this is where the Act allows the municipality to basically make refinements to the policies and make it a made in Niagara region type of policy. And I'll go through some of the exemptions that you've currently embraced and some of the additional ones that you may be considering. The full exemptions that we have right now, granny flats, parking structures, places of worship, brownfield developments, and I'll talk about that a little bit later, but those are the key ones, and those are being continued in the recommendations that we have. I noted very early on that there's responsibilities of the developers for very localized types of works internal to the development, and the Act compels us to write a local service policy so it's clear what the developer's responsibilities are versus what will be included in the development charge. And this is just to highlight the fact that we have a policy that's included in this background study document. For council, there's always challenges as you move through. With growth, there's always going to be servicing needs. Probably most apparent is within the urban areas, you need to provide water mains and sewers and treatment facilities and water storage, et cetera. So, and similarly with other services, as you grow, you need to provide the services. It's not mandatory that you have a development charge bylaw. The province doesn't say that you must, but it provides you an opportunity to recover a portion of the costs associated with the growth in order to finance it. And that's where on the left-hand side, you can either recover all or a portion through the development charge or the eligible amounts through development charges, or if you don't choose to have a development charge bylaw or make any reductions, deductions, it ends up being funded by either property taxes or your water and wastewater rates or perhaps by some other method. So it's always a balancing act for council to consider your policies, and if they're reducing the amounts collectible, then how to finance those and the impacts on the existing taxpayers versus future taxpayers. The current charges right now, you can see on the, we've got several different categories for residential. For a single detached unit is roughly about $10,500 for a single detached. You can see that probably about 45% of that is for water and wastewater, and the rest for roads, police, emergency services, and general government. On the non-residential side, we have charges that range from a low of $3.65 per square foot up to a high of $12.12 per square foot. As I noted, we need to consider the growth forecast. This has been developed through recent studies that have been, you've retained consultants on your behalf and gone through the public information process. So the development charge has been based on those forecasts. You can see the black is your historic level of building activity. The red line represents the average level of building over the last 10 years. You can see that the forecast is to step up the level of building activity as we move into the future. And probably if your local municipal building officials have been providing you reports, we've seen a jump up this year in the number of building permits that have been issued. So this is reflecting generally that increase. Translating that graph into numbers, we over 10 years, we expect about 48,000 people, new residents to the region. That's about 24,000 units. And if we go out to 2041, which is the province's new target population horizon, then we'd see an increase of about 153,000 residents, translating into over 65,000 units. Non-residential growth, we've got about 11 million square feet over the next 10 years, and over the longer period, about 32 million square feet. And just to highlight, water and wastewater aren't, not all of this growth will be serviced by water and wastewater servicing. Some will be in the rural areas. So the lower forecast is just to reflect that not 100% of the growth will be accommodated within the urban areas. Within the bylaw and within the charges that we're presenting, you can see that the first 6 are those that are included in your current development charge bylaw. And then we've added approximately 7 or 8 additional services, and those are the ones listed on the bottom. Health, social services, long-term care, POA, social housing, waste diversion. The calculated charge, and I apologize for the smaller chart here, it's just we've added additional services, but the single detached charge that's calculated here will increase to, within the urban area for single detached, to $19,000 for that single detached unit. The urban services, the hard water and wastewater services, represents about $7,500 of that. And then you can see that roads is about another $6,000 per unit. So really we're talking about 2/3 of this is for water, wastewater, and roads, primarily your harder services. As we move across, we have different residential categories. We've actually increased the apartments to bachelor and 1 bedroom, 2 and 3 bedroom, and then 4 bedroom plus. And then we've got other multiples, which is basically for your townhouses, and then special care units. We then, similar to before, we've identified the non-residential categories. This is just to summarize, just quickly, the comparison of your current bylaw versus our calculated. The yellow highlighted services are those that are in your current bylaw. So you can see of that increase from $10,500 to $19,000, a little more than half of it is related to your existing services. The other half relates to the introduction of the newer services that aren't in your bylaw currently. And this just provides a similar type of comparison for commercial, industrial, and institutional. Commercial actually is reducing. Industrial, if you were imposing the charge, you do have a charge, but you have an offset of that for a grant. And that particular charge is actually reduced from 543 to 473, and institutional has actually gone up a bit. This chart, and once again, I apologize, a lot of information. This represents the regional charges, the upper tier, the lower tier charges, and school board charges, because they're allowed to impose charges as well. And we tried to give you a comparison of what's in Brantford, what's in Hamilton, what's in Guelph, what's in Halton region, just to see where your local municipalities and your charges are relative to them. At the top of the list, ranging in the $50,000 to $60,000 range, actually $50,000 to $70,000 range, is Halton region. We have Hamilton, which is roughly in the $40,000 to $41,000 for a single detached unit range. Lincoln, Camden is actually at about $39,000. They have a special area charge in place. And as we move down, Kitchener, Cambridge, Guelph are really in the $30,000 to $35,000 range. Brantford is in about $21,000. So you can see you're at the lower than the GTA municipalities, including Hamilton. But your charges range from probably about $14,000 up to, as I say, a high of $39,000 for a single detached. Looking at commercial charges, similar type of pattern. You can see that Hamilton, Burlington, Waterloo, higher charges than what you have within your local municipalities. So at the high end, you've got $19 per square foot all in. And then at the lower end, you've got a charge of about $7.50. And then for industrial charges, you can see a similar type of pattern again. Highest charges, once again, are in Halton region, ranging from about $15 to $25 per square foot for industrial. Your charges at the highest end are about $12.67. There's been some discussion, and we haven't got direction at this particular point, the final policy with respect to brownfield development. There'll be a presentation which will follow me, get into some additional information. But what we have basically is 4 different options. And right now what you have is for brownfield development, you get an automatic 50% reduction. And then you can apply for a further smart growth reduction, another 50%. And that's what's currently in place. And the suggestion is to modify that on a go-forward basis. Really, the movement is to reach a point where the reductions for brownfield equal the amount of expenditures that need to be put into place to remediate the property. So the first transition option is basically continue with the existing policy to the end of 2018. After that, you'd be moving towards the new policy. And this just provides the details, but it's documented later. Transition policy 2 is very similar, with the exception that it extends this existing policy out to the end of 2020. The third option is no transition, just move directly to the new policy. And option 4 is stay with your current policy and move forward to the end of this bylaw, and in the subsequent bylaw consider at that particular point making any type of change. So those are the 4 options that are being considered. Very quickly, updates to the bylaw, just so you know, the bylaw's at the back of our study. There's been refinements in some of the definitions: agriculture, apartment, brownfield, dwelling units. Hotels, other multiples, once again, are townhouses, residential buildings, etc. And then we have new definitions with respect to back-to-back townhouses, stacked, wind turbines, live-work units, and then eligible costs for the remediation associated with our policy. Next couple items are just, I'll leave them, but it's just to highlight where there's further adjustments to the body of the bylaw. And then, of course, at the end of the bylaw, we've got in Schedule D, the brownfield policy. Designated exemption areas is in E, and then in F, eligible costs. We've defined the eligible costs, which should be considered as part of the brownfield redevelopment reduction amount. This is my last slide, and it's just to identify, as the chair noted, you're not considering the policy tonight. The bylaw will be before you for adoption on June 29th. The effective date of the bylaw, as suggested by staff, is September 1st, 2017. And I would just note that in moving towards that September 1st implementation date, we'll have to introduce a slight adjustment to the bylaw to carry over your existing charges, so that you've got 2 months in between when you basically would pass it and when it would come into effect. So we'd have to make a slight adjustment to get that extra schedule in there. So I just thought I'd point it out. Hopefully I stay within my time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Scanlon. We now have a presentation from our Acting Commissioner of Corporate Services, Jason Burgess.
Thank you. Through the chair, I know tonight's a long night, so I'll try to be as brief as possible, and hopefully the presentation will pop up very quickly. But just want to provide a little bit of background prior to the public meeting. This process has been underway by staff and by our consultant for over a year. And there's been a culmination of a lot of work done that's been before both Corporate Services and the Development Charge Committee. Part of the work was some significant public and stakeholder engagement. We had 7 public meetings from October 2016 to May 2017. All the local area municipalities participated in that, along with a number of stakeholders, from builders and developers to the Chambers of Commerce and other affected parties. The interesting thing about this year and this DC study is that we probably have had some of the best quality of information prior to making a DC decision. And that's because we had 3 very significant studies being undertaken at the same time. The where we go, how we grow, how we flow, and how we go studies. And what these studies show is that the capital plan required to facilitate the growth and to attract the growth will require about $2.1 billion, that's with a B, over the next 25 years. And the funding for that through the study was development charges were to account for $1.1 billion of that capital plan. So these are it's a very significant portion of the financing required for that growth. As was noted by the other presenter, there's really 2 options for council. You can charge DCs and finance that growth capital through that process, or you can increase your rate and levies and spread that across all taxpayers. So just to put some context to that, currently we collect about $25 million worth of DCs, and the DC study says we need to bring that up to $50 million, hence the increase into the DC rates. If council decided not to charge DCs and wanted to move that fully to the levy, the $1.1 billion would require an 8% increase on property taxes and a 16% increase on water and wastewater bills annually. So that would surpass the affordability guidelines that were set out by council. You'd have to up it this year and then carry that, and it'd be a continuation to be embedded. So when staff looks at the options, we look at how to raise this money, and we look at kind of a fairness test, an affordability test, and a predictability test. And we believe DC is an appropriate way under those 3 measures to recover some of this funds. When I look at affordability, frankly, charging those rates through levy and rate would surpass council's motion on taxpayer affordability. And when you view DCs, it gets embedded into the purchase price of a house, and those tend to be, or portions of that tend to be mortgaged out over a 25-year period. So the affordability aspect of it becomes better for the payers of the DC. No one likes to pay taxes. No one likes to pay DCs. I get it. But we try to put this through relative lenses. You will hear a lot of discussion about DCs and the impact on investment decisions. I'd like to remind council that DCs is one part of a cost. DCs reflect the initial capital cost of an investment, whether it's purchasing a house or purchasing an industrial complex. But there's also the ongoing cost. So a business, when they're making an investment decision, yes, they look at DC costs, but they also look at what your levy and rate costs are over a 20, 25-year horizon. So if you have zero DCs, but your rates and levies are through the roof, they're going to factor that into the cost. There's other decisions that are made for those investments. And I just remind people that, you know, when you made your house purchase, cost is a factor, but cost is only one factor when you make that house purchase. Quality of the community you're living in. It might be how close you are to GO stations. I figured I'd put a plug in there for the chair because that's a reality that's coming to Niagara. And so those are the other types of decisions that get factored in. So you have to weigh cost in a spectrum of other factors. So what was the focus of the DC bylaw that we put forward? We focused on obtaining sustainable revenues to support the infrastructure while remaining competitive. As the charts that were presented by the other provider, you see, we are not at the top of the list. We are still competitive in a lot of ways. We wanted to ensure that brownfields, we heard this from the development community, that brownfields are an important part of this, and we are upping our percentage of reimbursement for eligible costs on brownfields. And we wanted fairness for the taxpayers and the developers, and fairness between developers, and I'll speak to an example later on for that. And most importantly, we wanted to ensure that we are incenting developments that would otherwise not happen. And I think that's an important thing because, you know, to incent a development that was going to happen anyways, the rate of return to the taxpayer is not sufficient. But to incent a development that wasn't going to happen, that's a much bigger rate of return to the taxpayer. So spotlight on brownfields, this was a big part of the last Corporate Services Committee, and there was a motion that was moved by Councillor Volpatti and seconded by Councillor Burrows for staff to come back to the next Corporate Services Committee with a cost analysis of maintaining our current bylaw as is. And we'll have a full report to Corporate Services, but I wanted to touch on this for tonight's meeting. And to do this, I wanted to provide a couple of very simple examples. So two developments, both would generate about $1 million in DCs, both are brownfields, both have remediation costs of $100,000. Under the current bylaw, that development would receive $500,000 of DC relief, even though the remediation cost is $100,000. Under the new bylaw, they would receive $100,000 and would be capped at the remediation cost. So another example, similar investment, but now the remediation costs are a lot more significant. They're $1 million of remediation costs. Under the old bylaw, that development would only receive $500,000, making it tough, frankly, to redevelop that development. But under the new bylaw, it would receive $1 million worth of remediation, assisting developers to remediate difficult properties. So there are some benefits and strengths of the proposed bylaw. And one of the things we wanted to do was ensure that there's fairness between developments. And I'll give an example. There's two developments in a very desirable location on the lakefront. One development is going to pay several $1 million in DCs. The other development will receive DC relief above the remediation cost. And so the question becomes, on those two developments, who's receiving the benefit? The relief won't be passed on to the buyer of the homes because you got two developments next to each other. They're going to charge for those homes the same price as the person across the street. So there won't be any price relief to the buyer. And both developments would happen because both developments would have the one development would have the brownfield cost fully reimbursed through the DC relief. And we wanted to ensure fairness between, or competitiveness through other municipalities. And as the previous report shows, and you can go into the details, we are very competitive with other communities. So we're still an attractive investment. We still have attractive investment clauses within our bylaw. So in summary, who benefits from the proposed bylaw? Developers who have projects with high remediation costs. That will be a benefit. For those who won't benefit, people who have developments where the DC relief is actually in excess of the remediation cost. But there is a transition provision, and this is something council has to decide, because to be fair to those who made investments under the old rules, you need a period of time that they can grandfather that in, and we'll make sure that if they meet certain conditions, that they can be grandfathered in, and council will have to decide on what is the appropriate length of time to grandfather the old rules in. Just a quick note, when you compare it to other local area municipalities, our bylaw stands up very well. The proposed bylaw stands up very well, and we're very competitive with the other programs that are provided at local area municipalities, and they work together very well. And to get to Councillor Volpatti's question, the cost associated with our brownfield incentive program, in the last 5 years, just to give you historical context, there's only been 13 programs or 13 applications under this for a total combined of about $500,000. Under what we have that we know of, 9 projects that will be eligible. If we continue with the bylaw, those 9 projects, and more can come in, the DC exemptions would be about $28.6 million. If we move to the bylaw that's proposed, it's still a significant investment. It's about $10.9 million. Now, these are based upon a lot of assumptions and about remediation costs that are not known at this point in time. But that's the context. So if you continue on with the existing bylaw, you're looking at an average per year amount of $5.7 million, which means a transfer of about 1% to the levy and 2.1% to the rate each year. So it's 1% year 1, another 1% year 2, another 1% in year 3. So it is a costly thing. So a few points on that, just so that you understand why we're moving. The original bylaws, Commissioner Mustache has said it a number of times, never contemplated the size and scope of these developments. The original bylaw was written a number of years ago, and as you saw in the last 5 years, we've only paid out $500,000. There was no contemplation of how this bylaw could be used. So it is now time to refresh and rethink the bylaw that's in place, and we think that's appropriate. We don't think that it was fully costed out originally under the old assumptions because of the changes in the economic dynamics and growth in the region. So we believe that the rationale for this is based upon fairness and equity to both taxpayers, developers, and developments. I won't go through all the points, but we also believe that we are providing enough incentive or more incentives to clean up brownfields in our communities. I just do want to touch on 2 things because you will hear about break-even analysis, and I just want to caution council and those in the public about how you look at break-even analysis. You'll hear comments that, well, you had a plot of land that was a brownfield that wasn't generating any tax revenue, and therefore I develop it and I'm going to generate tax revenue. That's true, but you have to remember that when you put 500 units on a piece of land, toilets get flushed, which generates cost. Garbage needs to be picked up every week. That generates costs. And those levy dollars, which you're arguing as part of the payback going back, is actually being used for services that year. So to do the true break-even analysis, you have to factor in what is the cost on a day-to-day basis to maintain that, what is the cost of the additional debt that you had to incur because you did not have DCs to buy the infrastructure to maintain that. So it is appropriate break-even analysis, just don't use the simplified break-even analysis of it's generating X amount in tax, and therefore it'll pay it back. You have to do much more in-depth analysis on the break-even. Additionally, there was some misunderstanding with regards to the concept of pre-approvals under the old DC bylaw. Commissioner Mustache can provide more information on this, but there are no pre-approvals under the old DC bylaw. That's not how it works. There is information provided to see if will we qualify, but there is no guarantee, there is no pre-approval process. Now, in our transition policy that we're requesting is there will be that. So there will be an understanding that you are guaranteed a transition policy if you meet certain criteria. So in summary, council, you get paid the big bucks because these are tough decisions. You have to weigh the billions of dollars that we need for growth and how to pay for that with encouraging investment and being fair to both taxpayers and investors. And part of tonight is to have the public provide further input to you. We'll take this input, we'll put it into the next report for the Corporate Services Committee, which will come to council for approval of the final bylaw. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. That brings us to a point where I'm calling for persons to speak. Members of the public are welcome to provide their input and concerns to Regional Council and staff, either orally or in writing. As the chair of the meeting, I wish to remind all present that discussions, presentations, and questions must be conducted through the chair and must be done so in a respectful manner. I thank you in advance for your cooperation on that. So members of the public are reminded to give their name first for the record when they rise to speak and are granted a maximum of 10 minutes to speak. With that said, we have 4 registered speakers, and the first one being Gary Long. Mr. Long is the CAO of the City of Welland. Please come to the podium. Welcome.
Good evening, Chair Council, Regional Council and staff. My name is Gary Long. I'm a proud resident of Welland and Niagara Region. I'm here in my capacity as CAO for the City of Welland, and I'm here with the full support of our Mayor and Council. I'm pleased to be joined by my colleague, Mr. Grant Monday, our Manager of Development Approvals. We appreciate having this opportunity to provide comments regarding the proposed changes to the development charges background study and bylaw. Some issues are worth fighting for, and this is one of them. It is why Welland Council and staff have taken a very strong position publicly against these proposed changes, as we believe they will have a negative impact not just in Welland, but across the region in terms of competitiveness and our ability to attract jobs and investment to our communities. But this is more than just a belief. Our concerns are based on what we're hearing during our discussions with companies and investors who are either in Welland now and are looking to expand, or others who are considering investing in Niagara. Developers and investors are aware that these programs are being reviewed, and they're very concerned. They have lots of other options and are being enticed by other regions and communities. They don't need to be in Niagara, but they're here because of the financial incentives and programs that we have, including the current development charge program that supports industrial development through waivers and grants. Welland Council unanimously approved a staff report prepared by my colleague, Mr. Monday, that outlined our comments and concerns regarding the proposed changes. Council's motion, along with a copy of the staff report and presentation, was sent to all 12 local municipalities. We've provided you with 2 slides from our staff presentation that we believe put the proposed changes and increases in perspective. Many of you, many municipal councils in Niagara have endorsed Welland Council's motion, and we're very appreciative of the strategic position you've taken in support of economic development. We're also encouraged by the key stakeholder groups in Niagara who have issued letters expressing concerns. These groups include the Greater Niagara Chamber of Commerce, the Niagara Industrial Association, the Welland Economic Development Commission, the Niagara Construction Association, and the Niagara Home Builders Association. The current development charge program, along with gateway incentives and CIPs, are starting to make a positive and meaningful difference throughout Niagara. They're bringing commercial and industrial investment to our communities. They're helping to revitalize our downtowns, and they're helping to redevelop brownfield sites. It is these programs that brought GE to Niagara. It is these programs and incentives that are the envy of most jurisdictions in Ontario, according to Economic Development Minister Brad Dogood. It is these programs that give Niagara an advantage in a highly competitive global economy. And in our opinion, it is these programs that will bring more investment, will result in more expansions, and will create more jobs in Niagara. I want to emphasize that these programs are just starting to make a difference. In our opinion, it's too early to celebrate the success in Niagara. We're not there yet. I have a question for the mayors and regional councillors here tonight. Have you achieved all of your objectives in your economic development plans and strategies? Are you satisfied with what you've accomplished in your community in terms of jobs and investment and what we've accomplished collectively throughout the region? On what basis can we say that our work is done and that now is the time to increase development charges and reduce grants and incentives? It is the position of Welland Council and staff that this approach would be short-sighted and would put us behind instead of further ahead. Significant investments in Niagara, like GE, have generated positive economic momentum. Give these programs and incentives time to work. They've only been around for a few years. Programs should be confirmed and legislated for 10 years with a review after 5. Investors need certainty and predictability with incentive programs as well as a time frame for investing. Take the city of Hamilton, for example, formerly known as Steel Town. Hamilton, like many other communities in Ontario who had heavy industrial and manufacturing sectors, have undergone major economic restructuring and transition over the last 10 to 15 years. It's only been in the last few years that some of these communities, not all of them, have started to turn the corner. According to the Conference Board of Canada, Hamilton is now the most diversified economy in Canada. Hamilton's successful restructuring and transition and diversification is due in large part to their financial incentive programs, their CIPs that have remained intact and in some cases expanded over the last 12 years. Here in Niagara, 15 gateway applications have been approved over the past 2 years. This is great news in communities like Welland, Fort Erie, Port Colborne, Thorold, and Niagara Falls. In Welland's case, we've attracted almost 1 million square feet in industrial development as a result of the regional and municipal gateway incentive programs, DC reductions, and CIPs. The results speak for themselves. These programs and incentives are working throughout Niagara. With positive momentum underway, increased economic activity and residential growth throughout Niagara, and great news announcements like GO, Canada Summer Games 2021, now is not the time, in our opinion, to make changes in an effort to capture some additional revenue at the expense of our competitiveness. We understand the significant cost of infrastructure and servicing. Someone has to pay. We get that. We understand there has to be some balance between attracting growth and investment and paying for it. But if we get the balance wrong, we could stifle investment and create stagnant economic growth. It's also important to note that many industrial sites in Niagara are already serviced. We would also ask, has consideration been given to area-specific development charges? Another issue is that we are asking developers for more intensification. All of our planning departments are saying that. But these proposed changes and proposed increases, as outlined in the handout, in our opinion, will discourage multiple unit type housing. We need to review our programs, we need to view our programs, including development charges, through an economic development lens where jobs and investment are the key outcomes. The tax revenue and assessment will follow, but our first priority should be jobs, which helps to address youth retention, which I think is a key strategic priority for all of you in your communities. The current DC waivers, along with our tax incentive programs and CIPs, give Niagara Region a competitive advantage and keeps us in the municipal big leagues so that we can compete with anyone else. The City of Welland has provided our comments and concerns regarding the proposed changes, and I want to thank Mr. Monday for all of his work on that, as well as our recommendations. We're asking the region to not approve, and I realize that's not a decision tonight, but we're asking the region to not approve the proposed development charges bylaw in its current form. We're asking you to make changes based on the input from recommendations from municipalities as well as the key stakeholder groups. This is a leadership moment for Regional Council to continue to be bold with your economic development strategy and to be one of the most attractive jurisdictions in North America to do business. On behalf of the City of Welland, thank you for your time, and I look forward to working with all of you to create jobs and bring people and investment and growth to Niagara. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Long. At this time, I'll call Mr. Vern Mallow to the podium, Growth Associates.
Regional Chair, members of Council, on behalf of the Niagara Industrial Association, we thank you for the opportunity to address Council this evening on a topic that is of utmost interest to Niagara manufacturers. My name is Vern Mallow, and I'm Chair of the Niagara Industrial Association Government and Public Affairs Committee. NIA is a leading voice and advocate of the manufacturing sector in Niagara. For manufacturing and related service companies, the NIA provides a venue to advocate on behalf of local industry, an opportunity to address key issues that inhibit the advancement of local industry and a means of pursuing business development opportunities in a collaborative way. To better support our members, the NIA sees great value in developing and sustaining strategic partnerships. We therefore work with several partners to provide collective support that help our members make informed business decisions. On behalf of the NIA membership and the overall manufacturing community at large, we wish to submit a viewpoint regarding regional industrial development charges. In wanting to clearly understand the general opinion of our industrial manufacturing community, we recently conducted a membership survey and wish to share our findings with you tonight. Who were the respondents? They were all NIA members. We actually had 39%, close to 40% of our manufacturing members respond to the survey. We believe this is a very high response rate and certainly statistically significant, shall we say. This segment of respondents represented a revenue of $335 million. They hire over 2,000 full-time employees in Niagara. And presently they occupy 3.5 million square feet of space. Approximately half of them are verified exporters of Niagara manufactured goods. So what did these respondents actually say in the survey? 43% actually had expansion plans in mind. These plans alone were anticipated to create an additional 250 jobs. 100% agreed that IDCs would actually affect their plans. In fact, 93% said IDCs would actually delay plans. That's 93%. The other 7%, by the way, said it would not delay their plans, but they'd look elsewhere to grow. 91% believe that IDCs will negatively affect industry. All but one respondent answered yes to the following, quote, in lieu of the grant system, if the Niagara region were to eliminate its industrial development charges for a minimum of 5 years, would doing so strengthen your confidence in Niagara region as being open for business and influence your decision to grow your existing industrial facility and construct a new facility? All but one said yes to that. I did not distribute, but I have an appendix if anyone's interested in actual comments made by selected survey respondents. So what do we draw from the survey as far as conclusions? As political members of our society, it's very clear that there's a uniform consensus that industrial development charges are not viewed as beneficial to job creation. Point blank. In fact, IDCs will have a detrimental effect on investment by existing manufacturers, they've said so, and likely hinder best efforts of attracting other companies to come to the area. Our view is that industrial development charges can actually be defined as value creation inhibitors. Value creation inhibitors. So, why is there such an overwhelming opinion by the industrial community with regards to that? My personal opinion is that, I'm sure you've heard many of them, but this is not in my backyard self-serving vested interest lobby. If we take a look at the industrial sector, they're quite different from all the others. We believe that everyone can view a healthy manufacturing base as vital to Niagara's long-term growth and overall economic sustainability. Only private sector and manufacturing jobs provide true value-added benefits to our society as a whole. Compared to other development charge sectors, as we have with residential, institutional, and commercial building, only industrial activity results in true value creation. Residential growth happens only from job prosperity. We have job prosperity, people build, we have that aspect of it. Institutional activity is paid for by a wealthy property base. Commercial investment only occurs from employee spending. That's entirely different when we're talking about industrial sectors. Without true value creation, none of the other sector activities can actually exist on a long term, either regionally or nationally. Number two, all other development charge sectors compete within an even playing field. In other words, other development fees uniformly apply across the region with little or no external competition. On the other hand, our existing manufacturers must remain competitive and seriously consider
carrying out expansion in other jurisdictions where there may not be any IDCs involved. Similarly, external investors who are considering Niagara can certainly locate in more investment-friendly locales. To the contrary, it is an equal playing field for a Burger King, a senior's home, a school, a new residential home. Again, not the case with industry. Unfortunately, this is not the case for manufacturers, none of which can really afford to keep Niagara as their only option. Number three, our regional council, along with all stakeholders involved in Niagara job creation, understand that economic development is either an upward or a downward spiral. It is never stagnant. Business creates business by attracting additional suppliers, specialized services, and even customers to the area. Similarly, when one business leaves Niagara, they take with them a portion of this economic ecosystem. On a region-to-region, province-to-province, country-to-country basis, Niagara must demonstrate an aggressive, open-for-business attitude or risk falling into another negative growth era, one that nobody wants to see. All right, so we've just completed a 4-year period of subsidized IDCs. Why not stop and cut back? Well, number one, Niagara's industrial history has for decades been painfully depressed, and yet a 4-year promotional message of open for business has already contributed to some of the greatest investment gains experienced in the last 50-odd years. Of course, we all know GE is a good example of that. Number two, marketing messages do take time to communicate. No-cost IDCs is a very integral part of a powerful economic benefits message. Other key factors that Niagara enjoys includes the gateway land subsidy, lower cost lands, low construction costs, as we heard, brownfield development subsidies, intermodal transfer strengths, access to US and Canadian markets, foreign trade zone designation, a great post-secondary educational system, and many more things. Reinstating IDCs will leave a mixed message of Niagara government's true intentions. Number three, surprisingly, guess what? IDCs do not represent a significant portion of overall development charge revenue base. In fact, IDCs, as a contribution to just the ICI level, averages 7.1% over the last 4 years. It represented 2.3 million of 32 million in ICI. And I understand, although I don't have the data after having asked for it a number of times, that residential collections is an order of magnitude greater than that. That puts industrial IDCs as a fraction of a percent of our projected revenue from development charges, a fraction of a percent. Should we continue with our IDC subsidy program for another 4-year period? Well, not quite. NIA firmly believes that zero IDCs is a vital element to continued growth of Niagara. Nevertheless, our method of administration regarding IDCs is seriously flawed. We have not actually eliminated the $5.16 per square foot IDC. Rather, we offer an equal funding subsidy from a grant pool, which is capped on a yearly basis. Past cap levels have been $1 million, an equivalent of 194,000 square feet of new construction. Guess what? That's about the size of a Costco. In addition, it is Regional Finance's recommendation to reduce this cap value from $1 million to $600,000. That brings it down to saying that we only want 116,000 new square feet in Niagara per year. In summary, our present methodology of offering subsidized ICDs is significantly flawed because we waste much of the benefit of a subsidized IDC external marketing message by making it conditional and capped. How do we honestly market this benefit when our message reads, come to Niagara, where we have zero IDCs? Well, not actually. IDCs are only subsidized for an undetermined number of years and only available up to a certain annual quota.
Mr. Malone, you've exceeded the 10 minutes. Could you please wrap it up?
I will. I have one more page. If the quota is already consumed for any given year, we would need to apply to regional council and have your specific requests approved. This may be subject to unknown political whims and may take time in the process, actually. Our conclusion: in 2012, Niagara Regional Council and all related stakeholders demonstrated a clear path to a unified message of open for business by implementing a subsidy program for IDCs. The NIA strongly recommended that this time around, we create a far more effective marketing message as related to IDCs, to not dilute the true benefit of our IDC investment. Both existing manufacturers and external prospective investors must know that IDCs are unconditionally zero fee. At the request of council, and with a degree of courage and resourcefulness, we believe that our regional finance management team can really make it happen for the benefit of all concerned. The NIA, Niagara Development Corridor Partnership, Regional Economic Development, and our 9 active chambers of commerce have all worked diligently to make Niagara an attractive and growing investment destination. We look forward to enhancing this collaboration and to take greater advantage of future growth opportunities in coming years. We hope that our message is clear. Our industrial base is telling us that IDCs are no good. They will limit growth. IDCs are a value creation inhibitor. We are presently investing in lost IDC revenues without capitalizing on a true marketing benefit. The IDC portion of overall DC revenues is immaterial, and regional council can and should insist on a better format of a capped conditional subsidy. Bold steps forward can make our region the economic powerhouse that it once was, all for the sake of future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Milo. At this time, I'll call Mr. Stephen Bedford to the podium, Development Manager for LandX Developments. Welcome. Please, 10 minutes if you could, please.
Thank you. Good evening. My name's Stephen Bedford. I'm the Development Manager for LandX Development Incorporated. Unfortunately, with respect to brownfields, you are getting second string tonight. Tim Collins, our president, who is a leader in developing brownfields and working with municipalities to create partnerships to develop brownfields, is not able to be here. He was scheduled to speak at your committee meeting last week, but as a result of a scheduling misunderstanding, he missed the meeting. I am here on behalf of our clients, Novacor and Downing Street, significant investors and developers of brownfields in Niagara since the programs were introduced in 2004. We presently have 3 brownfield developments that are developing and that have existing agreements in place, where we would ask that transition provisions be introduced. It may not be appropriate for all agreements to take advantage of transition policies in the same way, but that council has the ability, when appropriate, to transition previous approvals, we believe is an important step. As developers, we saw the work of municipalities in becoming involved in promoting the development of brownfields, as having twofold goals. First, by promoting the cleanup, TIFs would bring brownfields to the same financial level as greenfields. Secondly, because of the strategic locations of brownfields and the desire to have them cleaned up, other tools were used to improve the financial priority of brownfields to stimulate their development, such as DC reductions, building permit fees, etc. In the early days, municipalities engaged facilitators to move applications forward. It was on this basis several years ago that our clients became involved in assisting communities to develop their brownfield properties. We have 3 developments which we would like to discuss with you this evening. The Brickyard, Heritage Point in St. Catharines on Woodburn, south of Queenston Street, a previous SciTech property in Niagara Falls, at the east end of Thorlestone Road and Stanley Avenue intersection. Artisan Ridge in Thorold, east of Collier Road and the existing General Chemical plant. Heritage Point was a groundbreaking initiative, probably the first to be approved in Niagara. It has been a great success. 5.9 hectares of industrial brownfield have been cleared at a cost of over $15 million. 5.9 hectares of brownfield have been developed into over 100 single detached and townhouse units. We are now in the process of getting a site plan agreement for the development of over 200 apartment units, our last phase. As you can see from the chart, the brownfield business is a long business. And I think the presenters earlier tonight recognize that when brownfields were introduced, and the CIPs were introduced, and the initiatives were introduced 15 years ago, we were new at the game. We're now learning. It's taken us 15 years to learn. It's time to recognize that the investments that were made in 2004 still need to be recognized in 2015, 2017, and into the future. In Heritage Point, we had record of site conditions in 2007, 2008. At this point, we had invested $15 million in cleanup. We had fulfilled a significant part of our responsibilities. There is, as you can see, there is significant lag time before we start to recover our costs. We have no control over market. Our financial payback doesn't occur until we apply for building permits. The results municipalities want. It is only now that the final phase, the apartment building, will be built over the next couple of years. During our development process, the bylaws have been amended a couple of times. We do not quarrel with the need for the municipality to amend its DC bylaws to deal with circumstances as they exist today for new brownfield applications. We are concerned, however, that the conditions of our agreement, the basis on which we made our investment, do not change. SciTech. These lands at the east end of Thorlestone Road, at the intersection with Stanley Avenue, were purchased in 2015. We have already spent $500,000 in consulting and remediation costs, which we anticipate to be in the order of $23 million when all is said and done. We have started down this road based on all the incentives that are presently in place: TIFs, DC exemptions, building permit waivers, etc. As you can see, we are in this for the long term. Even though we purchased these lands in 2015, our absorption report indicates that we may be involved in selling these properties and developing these lands 15 to 20 years out. You can see that your brownfield program has other spin-offs. In 2016, we were able to access a federal funding, a $350,000 GMF grant to assist in studies that we needed to undertake. We are making financial investments in these properties daily based on bylaws and agreements that are in place. As change occurs in municipalities, we ask that we be given recognition for our investment and our efforts to meet development goals of municipalities, and that appropriate transition policies be built into your DC bylaw. Artisan Ridge is another successful brownfield development. Maridel Homes has recently sold out its first phase of singles in 1 week. It's been a long time coming. Site cleanup has been ongoing since 2006. We have record and site conditions for phases 1 and 2, and phases 3 is imminent. Again, 35 million has been spent. A brownfield has been cleaned up and is ready for development. This process takes time, and regularly more time than anticipated. But this process that municipalities have engaged in have had positive impacts. Additional funding has become available because of the desire to clean up brownfields. It's a policy because brownfield development is a policy shared by other governments. In the case of Artisan Ridge, the owner has with the region and city of Thorold indicated to FCM that we have a true public-private partnership. And that's allowed for us to enter into a financing agreement with FCM in the order of $17.5 million. These programs work. Brownfields are cleaned up and development in priority areas is occurring. The property owner just needs the confidence that the agreement they sign when they begin to invest will be recognized and continues through the life of the agreement. As I said previously, the introduction of transition policies perhaps does not need to be universal, but provide for transition where circumstances warrant, where investments have been made, record of site conditions are in place, and the project is moving forward as initially agreed. We recommend and support the addition of transition policy into the 2017 draft development agreement. We are not asking for gravy. We have made investments based on bylaws which we would like to recognize. Transition is very difficult given the variety of locations and conditions. Perhaps some owners haven't made some of the progress that they would have liked. The bylaw needs to have the flexibility not to punish those who have moved forward and made the investments. Look for a transition based on the reality of each situation, investment made perhaps on the existence of records of site condition, and the reality of progress that has been made by each individual development. We recommend that the existing agreements remain in place based on a case-by-case evaluation of the situation. Thank you, and I'm certainly prepared to take questions, but we would like to be part of the ongoing discussions of how the transition policies are how in fact they unfold.
This is a time to actually get input from the public, so at this point I'll call Mr. William Liskey to the podium. Vice President and Chief Legal Officer of Luciani Homes. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, members of council, thank you for the opportunity to speak. And thank you especially to members of Corporate Services Committee for having great discussions to today's date. We reiterate the comments from Landex and from Mr. Long from Welland in terms of everything they've said. What I want to do is I just want to add some context in terms of our experience as the actual developer who now has relied on the program 3 years ago and finds ourselves halfway through remediation and being cut off what we thought we were going to have in terms of our development. So here's our story. Luciani Homes subscribed to the region's brownfield program 3 years ago. We were having trouble purchasing the fifth wheel site in Grimsby. The seller wanted a lot of money, way more than market value, and we were having trouble. We were millions of dollars away. There was also the problem that there was no reliable evidence as to what the remediation would cost or what would be entailed and how long it would take to remediate it. So we couldn't take the risk because the price was approximately $15 million. That's way too much money to spend on the unknown. So what happened was there was one day 3 years ago when I showed Fred Luciani, who's here in the audience today, this, which is a very well-written, easy-to-read graphs, charts, program for the region of Niagara's brownfield credit, development credit program, and also smart growth program as well. And it was based on this that our price was struck. It was based on this that the deal happened. You know, it's not fair to say that it's only the hard remediation costs, because the costs of the DC program were in our purchase price. They're in the time it takes in order to get it remediated. I don't think the approach taken by staff fully encapsulates the experience of developers. So the project was feasible based on the analysis of getting the development charge credits as per the program guide that was advertised by the Region of Niagara. So here we are 3 years in the program. The planning applications have been submitted to the town of Grimsby. The site has been partially remediated. There's now wells in the ground testing groundwater. The region's brownfield DC reduction program criteria have been met, and staff are reviewing the smart growth design criteria for the proposed development. Lizani Homes relied on the region's incentive programs, and the questions come up, why would you rely on a program that could be canceled? The reason is that government doesn't do that. Government does not advertise incentives, wait for you to spend millions of dollars, and then say, now we're going to cancel it. Rebates, credits, refunds against fees or taxes collected by government always apply to the stakeholder when they make their financial investment. To do it any other way is not fair and not appropriate. The whole point of offering an incentive program is to have reliability, predictability, and credibility. And in my submission, the Region of Niagara will lose its credibility if it cancels the program on developers after spending $15 million. It's not appropriate. I'd like to ask Fred Lizani to ask a few words just to add to my presentation, if that's okay, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lizani is the next speaker, so if you're through, I'll call Mr. Fred Lizani to the podium.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good evening to the chairperson and the members of Regional Council. My name is Fred Lozani, the CEO of the Lozani Group of Companies, and I am also a proud resident of Grimsby. We have a good history in the development of our company and the work that we've done in the Grimsby area and Beamsville especially. We've always had a good experience with members of council, members of regional and municipal. I'll have you know that we've had a lot of work and experience in a single-tiered system, and I much prefer the two-tier system that we celebrate here in the Niagara region, and hopefully it'll help us to get this project done as well. We have, over the years, as our colleague Mr. Liska said, a great deal of experience in brownfield developments outside of the Niagara region. However, we've never really had the experience of doing it here. However, when you talk in terms of a program and its success being in attracting investment, well, I can tell you you already have our investment. Your program did attract us to this particular project. And our involvement in DCs, and in this case, the DC credit program, is something that we've obviously relied upon in getting into this, involved in this deal. We are currently involved in several other municipalities in brownfield redevelopments. We are engaged in the incentive programs that are available within those municipalities. But we have never encountered a situation where a program had the capacity to change. We rely upon, as Mr. Liska said, the program as it's being scripted, and the change or deviation from that program would have very dire and significant impacts on this particular development. I agree with all the speakers that have come before us tonight, and we hold a particular interesting characteristic about our company in that we are land developers. We rehabilitate lands in the environmental sector. We are industrial developers, and we are residential home builders. So we happen to be impacted by every change that you're making today, both on the one end with DC increases, especially in this case being as significant, and then of course the possibility of having an incredibly important DC credit program perhaps yanked from under this project. I heard good discussion tonight as well about the difficulties in the rehabilitation process. They are unpredictable, and they can take a lot longer than some people can think. And in our case, with the Fifth Wheel project, being a waterfront project that is relatively large and with a high degree of density, namely 1,200 units, The one thing that we don't have on our side is time. The project is complex. We want to work together with the municipality and with the region to ensure that we put together a project that we can be proud of and that meets the needs and goals of the communities. And that takes time. And we are currently fully engaged within the rehabilitation process, only a portion of the way through. And the surprises that we continue to encounter in finding, bigger pockets of heavy metal concentrations, or the seepage and leachating of other compounds that were a byproduct of the gasoline establishment that was there, as well as the amount of truck and carbon and everything else that's coming off of every vehicle that came through there. And now some surprise that we're finding in the car wash sector with the amount of contaminants that have leachated throughout that area as well. It's an ongoing effort for us, and we continue to restructure our budgeting as it relates to that. And the one thing that we can rely upon down the road is hopefully a program that carries the same kind of policy statements that attracted us to this investment in the first place. In closing, I would simply like to say that we hope the region can see their way towards ensuring that this program continues to support the investments like we make, and would continue to attract persons like ourselves to projects in the future. Thank you for your time.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Luceni. Are there any others present here today who wish to speak? Please approach the podium. Welcome. Could you please state your name for the record?
Thank you, Chair Caslin. It's John Fraccioni. I'm here as a member of FBH Group Ontario Inc., who we've purchased the Prudhome's property in Vineland. And we agree 100% with everybody that has spoken tonight in regards to the brownfield sites, which we consider our site to be probably one of the worst brownfield sites as far as aesthetics goes in the Niagara region. We immediately began to clean up the site as soon as it was purchased. The building was deemed condemned by the town of Lincoln. There was many hazards on the site as far as open pits. It was way too derelict to leave the way it was. In the interim, a secondary plan procedure had been taken on by the region and the town of Lincoln, which has then so far delayed our plan for moving forward. We're waiting to work with the town on the secondary plan. We're prepared to move ahead with our development, but we've been stalled through this process, which we've been involved in right from the beginning. We appreciate the fact that this needed a secondary plan to be put in place, and we're working well with the region and the municipality in order to develop this into the jewel that we all know it could be. We've done work in other parts of the province. We're in Woodstock, where they have a wonderful DC credit program for brownfield sites. We've got a site in Waterloo that we're working on right now, and one in Barrie and one in Aurora, that are all brownfield sites that we're turning into multi-residential units. Through the development charge credits, with the plan, as Mr. Liskey had said, we also looked at the program that was available through the region for the development charge credits. And having dealt with Mr. Fowler, everyone knows how difficult it was and how he was stuck on his price. And the only reason that we bought this was because of this development charge credit that was available to us. We've since reran the numbers, and it's becoming a point where it's not feasible to do it. We are asking that serious consideration be given to the grandfathering clause, to any development that's in its current stages. We are currently working on a record of site condition. We hope to have that registered rather quickly. Unfortunately, as I said, we've ran into this stumbling block with the secondary plan, and we ask that we go on record as saying we would ask that this development be considered in its infancy stages, but still in the process of being worked, so that we could then be grandfathered in should council adopt any grandfathering clauses that are being recommended through them, through the consultants.
Thank you. Could I ask you to spell your last name for the record, please?
FRACCHIONI.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
I'll ask one last time, are there any others in the audience that are here today that wish to make a presentation? Seeing none, I'm going to call on Councillor Campion. There have been 3 items of information correspondence that have been sent to us to accept the information.
Thanks, Chair. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Annunziata that the comments and correspondence provided that statutory public meeting respecting Niagara Region's proposed development charges, bylaw, and underlying background study be received and referred to staff for consideration in preparation of the final report on this matter.
Thank you, Councillor. They're just for receipt and for consideration for the final report, so I'm going to use the buttons. Could you please vote when the vote is open to receive? Madam Clerk.
The vote is open.
Mr. Chair, any comments to that motion or no?
They're just to receive.
Okay, so if we were going to provide any...
There's time later.
Okay, thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Isn't it a practice? I'll wait to be recognized, Mr. Chair, first.
Let's vote, please.
It's going to affect the vote, Mr. Chair.
The vote is over.
I missed it too.
Madam Clerk? Yeah. Are you going to redo it? Okay. Is it been, the results been displayed? Okay. Councillor Joyner?
Okay. Thank you for recognizing my point of order. Subsequently to what Councillor Annunziata was going with this, most public meetings that I'm apprised of or being a part of in the municipality of West Lincoln, that the crowd gets, or the gallery gets a chance to speak, but the Horseshoe also gets a chance to speak to as well. I'm wondering as to why the Horseshoe, is not allowed to speak tonight during this public meeting.
This is a meeting to accept public input. We have 2 more opportunities to provide our input, which is corporate services coming up in 2 weeks, and then council meeting when the final report does hit the floor. Right now, we're just talking about a proposed report, so when the final report does hit the floor, we'll have opportunity to take the input that we heard and relay our comments to staff at that time.
So, Mr. Chair, my mistake. I thought all public meetings were done the same process, same way. I didn't realize that there was changes in public meetings.
Okay.
There is, sir. Is there changes in public meetings? Because I'm not used to this format, sir.
Again, in consultation with the clerk, this was our opportunity to take input from the public.
I'm confused, Chair. Thank you.
Point of order?
Yes.
Just in relation to what Councillor Joyner was talking about, in the city of St. Catharines, there's an opportunity to at least ask questions of the presenters. So what we don't allow is for the discussion of council, because that's saved for the next meeting, but it's the opportunity to ask a question or 2 of the presenters if there's clarification or if you want to draw out additional information. And I thought we would have that opportunity, but I don't.
Yeah, I'm certainly not opposed. If I see consensus at council that they do have questions of the presenters, again, this is not for discussion or direction to staff. If there's clarity that's required, is there an appetite to do that? Yeah, okay. Please open the speakers list. Councillor Annunziata.
Thank you for recognizing me, Chair. More along the lines of those, I don't really have any specific questions of the presenters, but I did think it appropriate if any member of council had an opportunity to give a suggestion to staff before they came back to corporate services with their final recommendation. Probably this would be the appropriate time. So I do have something that I want staff to look at, and I know it's time sensitive, that they probably should hear it now in order to bring that back to committee.
It's absolutely, you could delegate yourself or simply
I could
offer the information in orally or in writing.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chair. So specifically, I've always been trying to find some kind of way with respect to dealing with archaeological overlay and archaeological findings. So my recommendation to staff, and hopefully you can put this with the overarching policy that costs associated with property remediation or dealing with archaeological findings be included as an eligible brownfield remediation cost for DC relief within the DC bylaw. Hopefully this will allow brownfields that also have archaeological findings to have greater ability to be developed. I know it's an issue that we're dealing with in the town of Fort Erie. I'm sure there's archaeological overlays most of Niagara, and if we can include that within the DC bylaw, within the brownfield recommendations, I think it's appropriate at this time. So hopefully staff take that as a recommendation, and when they come back to committee, we can have a look at it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor D'Angelo?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just signing in for Councillor Augustine, who can't seem to be recognized.
Okay, fair enough. Councillor Augustine?
There might be a reason for that, Mr. Chair. Sorry. Thank you. I have a couple of questions for the presenters, if you don't mind.
Okay, in particular?
Well, it was for the CAO of Welland. He provided this sheet here, and I want to understand the back.
Could you please come to the podium, Gary?
I believe, Mr. Chair, that Mr. Long has put forward and staff have put forward an example of a particular development. If he could just run through that so we can fully understand what they're trying to illustrate here.
Sure. Please.
Colleague, Mr. Monday, our Manager of Development Approvals.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the example that's provided to you is an example of a 60 unit, one-bedroom apartment building on King Street in the city of Welland. It's somewhat of a hypothetical project, although there is one that is similar to this being proposed. What we've done in this is we've compared the current status quo, city of Welland development charges and other development costs, and the current Region of Niagara programs. And what you can see is at the bottom, basically includes all the incentive programs that this project would receive. And you can see that the net costs are at the bottom. Now, it also provides what the proposed regional policy changes, what impacts that would have on this project. So, for example, you'll see currently this project would, the development charges would be $202,000 for the city of Welland. For the region of Niagara, it would be $279,000. The project's in our downtown CIP area, so the project would receive 100% reduction in both the city and the region of Niagara development charges. Under the proposed regional policy changes, this project would only receive a 50% reduction in the regional development charge, but of course the regional development charges have doubled. And so you can see at the end of the day, this project would actually cost the developer $304,000 versus from the regional side versus $53,000 currently.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. That's very, very helpful, and appreciate them explaining that. I do have a question for another presenter. I don't know if someone has a question for Mr. Long that you may want to entertain first, or.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. My question is for Mr. Milo, representing the Industrial Association.
Please come down.
And I believe Mr. Milo was here when the Niagara Industrial Association first put forward this proposal. I actually found the reports from December and November of 2012 where we contemplated this, and I just want to clarify this with Mr. Milo. My recollection, Mr. Chair, is that the reason we put in the exemption program is because we had just approved a new development charge bylaw. And the reason we put it in was instead of opening it up, that we would put in the exemption, and then, as I read the reports, it says then council could consider when the new bylaw comes in that we would set it to 0. I just want to see if Mr. Milo's recollection is the same at that particular time.
My understanding is back in,
my
understanding is that back in 2012, the industrial development charge was $2.26 or something to that nature, and that we were doubling it to $5.16 with the countervailing $1 million subsidy. Yeah, I don't know if that answers your question.
It helps. My recollection, Mr. Chair, was that it was a stopgap measure till we got to this point where we could then look at the fees themselves and set them to zero.
I do recollect that as well.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Milo. Councillor Grenier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry about being a gatekeeper. My question's for Mr. Milo as well. Through you to him, as a representative of the Niagara Industrial Association, and reviewing this and getting emails and calls from various the parties directly affected by this, if I could make a suggestion that the understanding is of myself that if the current proposal from the region was less convoluted and equally understandable as it is today, getting to net zero without having it be predicated on a 5-year cycle of funding, if it was to remain constant and predictable, the current program, that most of the opposition to that change in industrial would essentially, the opposition would go away if we had a simple program to get to a net zero on industrial development charges.
Hey, absolutely, Councillor Grenier, and that's what I hear from manufacturers as well, resoundingly. And if that's not possible, at the very least, not have it capped or conditional.
Mr. Chairman, that was my recommendation, that in the next 2 or 3 weeks, if we could come up with a way, because I think everybody's on the same page. We want to get to net zero on industrial development charges, and I think that I appreciate what staff is trying to do and protect the need to go to a budget all the time. But if we could find a way to maintain the elegance of the program currently and the simplicity of the application, I think the community would respond a lot more favorably. And lastly, if I can, I have a question or a comment based, Councillor Augustine asked my question, but I'm going to cut to the bottom line on this. Currently, the escalator on multi-residential buildings is going to actually, to be totally compromise any of the development community's ability to help us create supply. And particularly if we can talk out of both sides of our face at the same time on this, I think that it would be okay to leave it that way. But if we're serious about creating supply for social housing and to help affordability of housing, there's no way that we can have this kind of escalator for multi-residential buildings, and we need to find a better way to incorporate development charges. And I may say this, I believe development charges are good public policy, but I think we have some wrinkles here that we have to fix, and we could easily make our deadline if we find a better way to get through the 2 issues that were raised by Councillor Augustine and the one I just referred with Mr. Milo. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions to the presenters? Councillor Rigby?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I did have a question for Mr. Long, but fairly quick question, and then I have a question of staff as well.
Okay, please come to the podium.
And it's, sorry to bring you down here. Going through the development charges, and there's obviously concerns about the increase and so on. Is the City of Welland considering reducing theirs?
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. I may have my colleague join me for a moment, but I don't think.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Right here?
Yeah, as long as the red light's on.
Red light's on.
Okay,
we're good to go?
Microphone, that's great.
Councillor, thank you for the question. I'm not aware of any plans that we have at the City of Welland to reduce development charges.
Okay, that's all I need to know.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Monday?
I've been involved with the brownfield redevelopment. Prior, when I was also mayor of the city of St. Catharines, we were developing a brownfield and CIP programs along with the city of Thorold.
Councillor, you're providing input to staff.
I'm going to ask them a question.
The questions need to be saved for corporate services and the council meeting.
If we had a question, we'd like an answer for corporate services. We could ask the question.
So you're giving them advice. I got it. Please continue.
Thank you. My understanding at that time was when we signed a document to go forward with redevelopment and brownfield agreements with the developer, that it was an agreement based on the numbers at that time. And I'm hearing from some of the presenters that we're changing midstream. So all I want to know is that the case? Or are we signing contracts that fix the pricing through that project till its completion? That's
Thank you.
all I want to know.
Thank you. Duly noted. Moving to Councillor Gale.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry, Mr. Long, I'd like you to come back up again.
You should
don't
take
need
a
to
seat
lose
closer
weight,
to the
sir,
end.
but you're going to keep going back and forth. So through you, Chair, you're the only CAO here, and I know you get together with other CAOs and that. Should I be concerned that the Welland is the only CAO speaking here? Or do you know that the others from St. Catharines, Niagara Falls have the same concerns as you?
Through you, Chair, thank you for the question, Councillor. I've received several emails from my CAO colleagues in Niagara expressing their support for the position that the City of Welland has taken with respect to this policy change. I haven't heard from all of them. We do have our quarterly CAO meeting next Friday.
Oh, I thought it was every month. I'm sorry. I figured you would have. Okay.
So through you, Chair, this will be on our CAO agenda next Friday. But certainly to date, I have received positive support. Not from everyone, but it doesn't mean I've received negative support either.
Yes. Okay, because I was in business, I don't like development charges from the day one, but I understand you have to pay for stuff here. And industrial development charges, I definitely have a problem with. But I don't like just hearing about the problems, and through you, Chair, I like to hear solutions. Do you know of a region or a municipality that's getting it right? In other words, like, who do we compare with? Or is this a problem throughout the province? Because I'd like to know if, I'm sure that you have met with other CAOs from London, from wherever, and is there a better plan than what we have here? Or do I put it out there that come to us with something to make us better because we have to charge something to keep our costs and that, but is there better plans?
Through you, Regional Chair, the consultant outlined where the proposed development charges fit, how they compare to other municipalities and other jurisdictions in Ontario, and I think that's something that we'd want to take a look at. In terms of what's best, what's the best practice, I'm not sure I'm the best person to offer advice on that. It's our position that development charges is good policy, but we disagree with the recommendations and the proposed increases in the policy.
Yeah, I don't mean to put you on the spot. It's just that you're the chosen one that got up to speak. So I figured that you might say that there are a few regions around that you feel that we should learn from, because same as being chair of the police. I go to Hamilton to see how their boards run and I learn from it, or they learn from us. I just wanted to put that out there if there's something. So you're meeting with the CAOs in a month on this, and they can come up with opinions to us. Chair, when's this brought back to us?
Corporate Services meeting next cycle, and then Regional Council 3 weeks from today.
So we've got a couple more meetings on this.
That's correct.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't go too far, Gary. Let's see which Councillor Maves.
Yeah, to the same presenter. I'm just going to follow up on Councillor Rigby's question about whether or not Welland was planning to reduce their development charges. You said no. Do they have any plans to increase single house development charges by 81%?
Through you, Regional Chair, I'll defer to my colleague.
Through you, Chair Caslin, our development charge bylaw does not expire until 2019, and so then at that point we would look at what type of development charge we would be charging. But I know from our previous development charge to our current one, it was a very reasonable rate of increase that was not 460%, for example, for a 4-bedroom apartment, or 100% increase for a 1-bedroom apartment. They were reasonable increases that people could absorb.
Right. So my point is that the question shouldn't be to you, are you planning on reducing them? The question for comparative purposes, do you have any intention whatsoever of increasing them by 81%, 198%, 117%, 462%? I would imagine most CAOs in most municipalities in Niagara, the answer would be a firm no to that. Secondly, to Gary, Welland, Fort Erie, and Thorold are in this package with having letters opposing this DC bylaw, and you receive responses from other CAOs agreeing with your opposition to the bylaw. I would urge, and I'll ask it in the form of a question, can you get a written response from the CAOs when they do meet ahead of our corporate services meeting in 2 weeks for their parts of the things that they're opposed to in the DC bylaw?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor, I missed the last part of the question.
So
I
would it
apologize.
be the intention of the CAOs at their meeting to provide feedback ahead of our corporate services meeting when we do consider the bylaw?
Through you, Mr. Chair, what is the date of that corporate services meeting?
2 weeks
21st.
from 21st.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the CAOs are meeting next Friday, so we would be in a position to provide comments.
That would be, I think that would be very helpful to us. And the only other thing I would say, Chair, to you, there's some other written submissions here, and I find one of them that's extremely helpful is from Altus Group Economic Consulting, that basically challenges the $2.1 billion figure, which is the math that begets these large increases in development charges. And I would urge the rest of council to read those ahead of corporate services, number one. Number two, Chair, since this kind of proceeded in a bit of an unusual way for most of us, we did believe we were going to be able to question each presenter as the presenter went. Could we request that the presenters reappear at corporate services, at least in case we want to ask questions of their proposals then?
So noted through the clerk.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gary, but still don't move away. Councillor Campion.
I don't have to ask you any questions, thanks. You might as well say somebody, Councillor Barrick might. Just kind of along the lines of where Councillor Mavis is going at the end. You know, I've provided direction now or input to staff to take back with them. You know, it's very easy to identify the cost or try to identify the cost of not implementing the plan. So here's how many millions of dollars you're going to lose. But I would challenge staff to look at it from the other perspective. What do you lose if you go with the plan? So if you implement the new plan, increasing, reducing, you know, increasing the cost, et cetera, what's the cost of that? What's the cost of GE not coming here? The employment, the spin-off cost. It's very difficult to identify, but I think it's a challenge. You can't just show one side of it. So I'd like staff to maybe try to put something to that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Barrick.
Thank you, Chair. On a similar vein of Councillor Campion.
To Mr. Law?
I could, but I'm good. Thanks, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Councillor?
So I thought if we could ask perhaps Mr. Oakes to weigh in, not tonight, but on the formulation of some kind of report, that there be a section of the economic development lens. And that shouldn't surprise anybody because I've consistently asked that we get towards a framework of economic development section on every report, but this one in particular, because I think it's critical. With respect to the specific motion that's before us right now, I'd like to see CLC 51. That's the letter from the home builders, which is important, but more importantly, they add on there basically an audit from the Altus Group, which I think has some great information. I'm not sure if everyone's had an opportunity to read it, but rather than, you know, refer this into the vortex, never to be seen again, I'd like to have that one in particular come back to Corporate Services Committee as is. And what was kind of skated over is the premise of the development charge bylaw, and it leans on almost 100% a $2.1 billion 25-year capital projection, which we have not talked about. So I personally have some disagreement with the premise, and I'd like to have this information come back. So when we do debate it, we have the information in front of us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, and I think that's a safe direction to staff, since all of the information that we learned here tonight is directed back to staff, first to corporate services and then to council, so it'll automatically take that route. So thank you for your reassurance.
Well, thank you. So I want to be clear, though, the motion says refer to staff. I would like explicitly CLC 51, 2017 to be referred to the Corporate Services Committee, if that can be.
So noted, thank you. Councillor, is it Councillor Height or Councillor Joyner? Councillor Height.
Thank you. For information to get back from staff, this is an interesting chart that we received from Welland, but it doesn't show the industrial amounts, and we had a presenter that spoke specifically to the industrial charges. We should see that comparator as well. I believe it's 543 currently, going down to 473, a reduction, as well as we currently, I believe, give a rebate or a credit for that amount. So we should have that information as well, because we had a presentation from the industrial group.
Thank you. A relative comparison would be great. Thank you. Councillor Joyner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and hopefully I'm the last speaker here. I rise to say thank you to Mr. Scanlon for the report. You've done an excellent job, sir. I also want to refer to page 33 under the non-residential. You've added industrial wind turbines. On behalf of Mayor Jeffs and myself, I want to thank you for adding that in there, but you're about 16 months too late. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We do have a motion on the floor that's duly moved and seconded, and that is for the items of information. I'll call the question. I'm going to ask to please use the buttons. Please advise when open.
The vote is open.
Thank you, and that carries. Moving forward, we have seen next steps from our Commissioner Jason Burgess. We do know what's going to be happening. It will come to Corporate Services next round, and then again to Council next meeting. With that, this concludes the statutory public meeting under Section 12 of the Development Charges Act 1997. And thank you for being here tonight. So I'll just give 2 seconds here, and then I'm going to move on to my remarks, which I know none of you would like to leave before that. Councillor Edgar.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to point out to someone that Bruce Timms was not here, and he forgot to check out, so make sure that you have his. So his vote showed as a no, and it shouldn't be there at all.
Thank you. Okay, we're not on break. Bruce, we're not on break. If I could please ask the people at the back of the room, our meeting is still in session. If you could move to the vestibule, that'd be wonderful. Thank you. So for my remarks tonight, just a few things I need to update. I'll try and be quick. We were at FCM on the June 3rd to 1st to 3rd rather, and we did get a chance to talk to 4 ministries. The first was affordable housing, advocating for Niagara on the new funding opportunities that may exist for Niagara and how we could use those dollars creatively to build more houses in Niagara. The second was the Canada 2021 Games. I reiterated that our council put forward an additional $3.38 million to the Games, looking forward to a legacy project, and we're looking forward to seeing if there's any matching funds that we can receive on from the federal government on that initiative. Third was the St. Lawrence Seaway mandate. This is something that's coming up for renewal in 2018. We wanted to make sure that when we were talking to the ministry that we had a vote at the table or some input at the table as to what is going to happen with the lands associated with the canal and how we could use those to our economic advantage rather than just, we understand this, the St. Lawrence Seaways mandate is simply to get ships up and down the canal. We think there's far more opportunity, and since the canal exists wholly in our region, that we could use some of that for our economic benefit. Also, with respect to intermunicipal transit, now that we're consolidating our model, We want to make sure that we don't lose out on any gas tax initiative. We're not penalized for consolidation, and they assured us that they would be looking at that very, very carefully. Moving on, as you know, this week, June 8th is Pride Week, and we were able to, with a number of the colleagues that were here today, raise a flag today, and special thanks to Enzo DeVitis, the chair of Pride Niagara, and his comments in raising the flag. We want to make sure that Niagara is a more inclusive place for all, and as Niagara Regional Chair, I'm recommitting to Niagara Region's corporate values of showing respect, promoting choice, and fostering partnerships among everyone in the community. Intermunicipal transit, I just want to announce publicly, all of you know already, that we have achieved the triple majority process, and I'm pleased to inform residents that we are now able to establish, operate, and maintain an intermunicipal transit system in Niagara. We got unanimous consent from Niagara's local municipalities, and this is a significant development that highlights the importance that communities place on transit in Niagara. That is worth a clap. Please continue. Building Niagara Together, we attended a Niagara Building Niagara Together event last night. I note that a lot of my colleagues were not there. They were seen on social media as imbibing with the number 99 Wayne Gretzky, but I can assure you, at work with the cross-border initiative and establishing opportunities for coalition with and collaboration with our U.S. partners in the Niagara Chamber Partnership, and it was a great event at Stratus Winery. Lastly, Live with Kelly and Ryan took place, as you may know, earlier this week, and I was able to attend and saw that, again, our Mayor Jim Diodati was in the limelight and taking pictures just about everywhere in Niagara, so we thank him for that. Those are my remarks for this evening, and thank you very much. At this point, we need to move on to delegations, and I know there are a number tonight. This is the Boycott, Divest, Sanction Israel movement, and with that, I'll call Michael Mostin to the podium, please. Michael Mostin. I apologize if I didn't pronounce the name correctly.
Thank you very much. It actually rhymes with Boston, so Mostin.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. So, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, mayors, and councillors. Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to you today about the BDS movement in Canada and the racist movement that it is and the impact that it has upon the Jewish community and the Jewish community right here in Niagara region. I'd also like to thank Councillor Annunziata for bringing this issue forward. Since 1875, B'nai B'rith Canada has represented the grassroots Jewish community from coast to coast. We are affordable housing leaders through our League for Human Rights. We annually produce the audit of anti-Semitic incidents. We have copies of the audit here for all councillors that are welcome to them. We just released this past year's numbers, which I'm going to walk through a little bit. We also operate the community's only 24/7 anti-hate hotline. Between that and numbers that we receive from hate crimes units all the way across this country, that's basically where we get the numbers for the audit each year, which is really just a snapshot. It's just a snapshot of racism in Canada. We've been putting it forward for 35 years. And so it's a very unique longitudinal data. We've kept this categories consistent over the course of these 35 years. Last year, there were 1,728 anti-Semitic incidents that met our definition of anti-Semitism that were recorded by B'nai B'rith. And it's important to note that according to Statistics Canada itself, in the last number that they made the numbers available back in 2014, that the Jewish community is 8 times more targeted than the next most targeted religious group in this country. So anti-Semitism remains a big issue. It's a big issue, and obviously it's a big issue for our community, and we all have to stand united against racism, discrimination, and bigotry. and in particular when it's targeted against a particular group. In our audit, which I hope many of you will, if you haven't read it already, will read later, we have a definition of anti-Semitism. B'nai B'rith uses a very precise definition adapted from the European Monitoring Center on Racism and Xenophobia. Under this definition, proponents of anti-Zionist hatred who seek to delegitimize the state of Israel and eliminate the Jewish people's connection to the land, including supporters of the boycott, divestment, and sanctions BDS movement, are guilty of unfairly targeting the world's only Jewish state. Now, according to the EUMC working definition of anti-Semitism, which is the definition that we use in our audit and which the Ottawa Protocols, which the federal government has adopted as well, anti-Semitism is stated as a certain perception of Jews which may be expressed as hatred towards Jews. Rhetorical and physical manifestations of anti-Semitism are directed towards Jewish or non-Jewish individuals and or their property towards Jewish community institutions and religious facilities. In addition, such manifestations could also target the state of Israel. Conceived as a Jewish collectivity, anti-Semitism frequently charges Jews with conspiring to harm humanity, and it is often used to blame Jews for why things go wrong. It is expressed in speech, writing, visual forms, and action, and employs sinister stereotypes and negative character traits. Now, examples of the way that anti-Semitism manifests itself with regards to the state of Israel takes into account the overall context and includes denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination, i.e. by claiming that the existence of a state of Israel is a racist endeavor, applying double standards to the state of Israel by requiring or demanding behavior not expected of any other democratic nation, drawing comparisons of contemporary Israeli policy to that of the Nazis, holding Jews collectively responsible for actions of the state of Israel. However, criticism of Israel similar to that leveled against any other country should not be regarded as anti-Semitic. This last point is where anti-Semitism is allowed to creep in around the edges of legitimate debate. It's important to note that the BDS movement is guilty of all of those specific examples of anti-Semitism. I prepared a brief that I hope everybody had a chance to read. I'm going to flip over to that because going a little bit further into detail on the history of BDS and yet another definition of anti-Semitism that BDS is guilty, again, of going against. The history of BDS, for those unaware, BDS is a remnant of the rejectionist political ideology of the Arab League in the early 1940s when Egypt, Iraq, Lebanon, Saudi Arabia, Yemen, and Syria voted to boycott the burgeoning Jewish state. BDS was born out of the Arab League's refusal to accept Israel as a neighbor, rejecting its legitimacy, and instead, when they could not defeat Israel militaristically, they resolved to fighting it economically instead. Today, BDS still asserts itself as a destructive force in our national dialogue. Racism and bigotry, it's important to note, has no political home across the political spectrum and should never find a home in be it the Liberal Party, the Conservative Party, the NDP Party, any political party, because there's no room for racism as a policy for any party. And that's at the federal level, that's at the provincial level, and certainly at the municipal level. We should always be speaking out about discrimination against identifiable groups. We should be celebrating differences. Mr. Chairman, I just heard you talking about pride and the celebration of pride. We should be celebrating differences, but when groups, identifiable groups, are being targeted for hatred and it's manifesting itself, even up to in terms of violence, and it is on university campuses, we all have an obligation and a duty to speak out against that. Why is BDS anti-Semitic? Another test that it fails, Natan Sharansky. Natan Sharansky developed a 3D test. The demonization, delegitimization, and double standards. If something hits all three of those criteria, it's deemed as anti-Semitic. And it's important to note that this was officially adopted by the US Department of State since 2011 under the Obama administration, this particular definition. Demonization. This speaks for itself in terms of BDS. When pictures such as these are used to depict the state of Israel, with, here you have, you know, murder, traditional blood libels, which back in European times often led to pogroms, violence and murder of the Jewish community. Delegitimization, you see here, rodent problem. We all know what we do with rodents. Rodents are pests, and rodents are there to be discriminated, to be eliminated. And that is, unfortunately, dehumanization. And I don't think I need to explain where that can lead to, dehumanizing an identifiable group. Delegitimization, simply put, delegitimization calls into question the right of the Jewish people to self-determination on their indigenous territory, the land of Israel. And this is a historical fact, it's an archaeological fact, double standards, the underlying process that holds Israel to a different set of rules and principles than other countries. Israel is the only country in the region where freedom of religion is guaranteed. Religious holy sites are respected and maintained. A woman can be the prime minister, the leader of that country. Gender and sexual minorities are protected under the law, where the Christian population is not currently disappearing into thin air. BDS runs counter to Canadian values, runs counter to academic freedom, runs counter to free economic enterprise. When Jewish businesses are targeted specifically for boycott, because, again, it's inferred that because the owner is Jewish, therefore they must be holding a particular political ideology. Therefore, I have the right to discriminate against you. I mean, that's wrong. It's wrong on every level. The official position of the Palestinian Authority is against BDS itself, so anyone that's arguing that this is a pro-Palestinian issue as opposed to just being anti-Israel and anti-Semitic, it's wrong. It's incorrect. It hurts local Palestinians that are trying to earn a better wage, earn a better living. In conclusion, rejecting and proactively rejecting the anti-Semitic BDS movement sends the message that hate is not okay in any way, in any shape, in any form in the Niagara region. Anti-Semitism is a nice word for Jew hatred. Now, let's not forget that. That's what this is all about. And it manifests itself. And we at B'nai B'rith, and I'm very glad my colleagues are here, from Friends of Simon Wiesenthal, from CEJA. The Jewish community is united across Canada. This is anti-Semitism. It affects our children. It affects people working in our communities. And it affects people right here in the region of Niagara. So no matter what reason this may have come before the council today, there is an opportunity. There's an opportunity for us all to take a stand against hate, to take a stand against anti-Semitism, and then to move forward and find uniting ways that we can all work together. But I urge and implore all of you to take this opportunity and to stand up against hate. Hate against the Jewish people in this particular example, but against all identifiable groups. I know that's what Niagara stands for, and I'd be happy to answer any questions afterwards that any of you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we're going to hold questions. We have 4 presentations. We'll hold questions to the end, and then we'll have an opportunity to ask questions of anyone. Thank you, Mr. Boston. At this point, I'd like to invite Mr. Zach Poshner to the podium, please. Did I get that one right? Poshner?
Potashner.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chairman, mayors, and councillors for having me here today. My name is Zach Potashner. I'm the Director of Government and External Affairs at the Friends of Simon Wiesenthal Center for Holocaust Studies. Thank you for having me here today to speak on Councillor Nunziata's motion from May 18th, which, as you know, calls on Council to discredit the BDS movement. This motion comes before Council as a riding association here in Niagara, placed a pro-BDS resolution on the agenda at the NDP party convention in April. Before I talk about BDS, I'll give a little bit of a brief summary about my organization. The Friends of Simon Wiesenthal Center is a top charitable human rights organization in Canada's Jewish community. Our mission is committed to countering racism and anti-Semitism and promoting the principles of tolerance, social justice, inclusion, and Canadian democratic values. Through advocacy and educational programs, we educate over 1,000 students per week through classroom sessions in our Toronto office and through the Tour for Humanity, a mobile classroom that travels across the entire province. It has traveled to several schools in many of your communities over the past several years. In addition to education, one of our duties is countering racism through discussions with politicians and community leaders to address the problem of hate in public spaces. That is what brings me here today. We first want to take a moment to applaud the councillor for bringing this motion before council and want to clearly state that we support it. There's no place for hate in our communities, especially in the public and political arena, and it is very important that all of you support the councillor's proactive stance to condemn this anti-Semitic movement. The Friends of Simon Wiesenthal Centre CEO and President, Avi Ben-Lolo, wrote a letter to Ontario NDP leader Andrea Horvath to express our organization's disappointment and concerns with the party for allowing this anti-Semitic and shameful resolution to be placed on the agenda at their convention. In the end, as we know, the resolution may not have been debated, but the mere fact that it was published in an official party document is very troubling, to say the least. The letter outlined the following 10 facts to discredit the BDS movement, and I hope that these points will shine light on why the movement must be condemned by your council today. Number one, the accusation that Israel practices apartheid is slanderous and defamatory. According to Freedom House, Israel is the only free democratic nation in the Middle East. Unlike some Arab nations that surround it, which practice gender apartheid, are ruled by tyrants and dictators, do not have freedom of expression, religion, or free movement, and are slaughtering their own citizens, Israel is an island of freedom in a sea of hate and intolerance. While not without its own challenges, Israel has a thriving Muslim population that is woven into the mosaic of the country in medicine, academics, law, policing, military, education, and more areas. Number two, the usage of the Ontario NDP resolution of the words Zionist state is terminology used by terrorist organizations like Hamas and Hezbollah, in addition to Arab states which refuse to recognize Israel's existence. The usage of this term is derogatory, if not racist, in and of itself. It is further denial of the state of Israel. Number three, the Ontario NDP resolution cites several anti-Israel and pro-BDS supporters, including a disgraced ex-UN official. This official's most recent report, which charged Israel with apartheid, was immediately discredited and pulled from the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Western Asia website by the UN Secretary General himself. The accusations were so far-fetched and illegitimate that there was global condemnation from allied nations. Number four, economic, cultural, and academic anti-Semitism are forms of discrimination and have been defined as such by Canada, the European Union, the UK, the US State Department, and the International Alliance for Holocaust Remembrance, which was recently chaired by Canada. It should also be noted that the UN Secretary General has recently condemned discrimination of this nature against the Jewish people and Israel. In Canada at the federal level, number five, in Canada at the federal level, the House of Commons passed a motion formally condemning the BDS movement, which received multi-party support, and called on the government in Canada to condemn any and all attempts by Canadian organizations, groups, or individuals that promote the BDS movement. Number six, at the provincial level, the Ontario legislature passed an anti-BDS motion to stand firmly against any position or movement that promotes or encourages any form of hatred, hostility, prejudice, racism, or intolerance in any way, and reject the differential treatment of Israel, including the BDS movement. Number seven, also in Ontario, through the Discriminatory Business Practice Act, the province has legislation in place to prevent discriminatory business activity. Refusal to engage in business on the grounds of race, creed, color, nationality, religion, ancestry, place of origin, sex, or geographical location of persons employed or engaging in business is strictly prohibited in Ontario. As an organization or political party for this matter, acting in support of BDS would effectively be in contravention of this act by boycotting the Jewish people in their homeland. This legislation predates the BDS movement and was introduced in the 1970s in response to the Arab League boycott of Israel. Number eight, existing US state legislation may disallow organizations or political parties from conducting business affairs in states that have passed anti-BDS legislation into law. These states will not enter into any contract with any entity that participates in the BDS movement. The growing list of over 20 states that have passed the anti-BDS legislation includes the states of New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, California, Florida, Texas, and most recently, about a week ago, Nevada. Number 9, in the interest of national security, Israel has recently created a blacklist of banned BDS activists from entering the country. By supporting the BDS campaign, leadership of any organization or political party that formally supports BDS may not be granted admittance into Israel. And finally, number 10, the Ontario resolution, NDP resolution, is further flawed in its call for Canada to restore aid to the Palestinians. In fact, Canada has recently restored aid, including $25 million that will flow through the UN Relief and Works Agency to the Palestinian community. We can also tell you that through our organization's communication with the new Canadian ambassador to Israel, Canada is indeed expending resources, time, and energy in aiding the Palestinian people. Members of Council, at its core, the BDS movement is hateful and anti-Semitic. There's no questions about that. There are a number of other countries today condoning state-sponsored terrorism, murdering its citizens, committing horrific human rights abuses. Yet Israel, the only true free democratic country in the Middle East, is constantly being targeted by proponents of BDS on campuses across the country, and even more troubling, in political parties here at home. The reality is that Israel is a dynamic country which is striving to coexist with everyone. It consistently stands at the top of recognized rankings such as the United Nations Human Development Index, the United Nations World Happiness Report, and the Economist's Democracy Index. To conclude, we strongly recommend that all members of this council support the councillor's motion to wholly condemn the BDS movement. It is important that the Niagara region stand up for what is right and show your communities and your constituencies that you reject this biased hatred against the state of Israel, and furthermore, that you will not tolerate hate in any form. The region of Niagara should follow the lead of our federal and provincial governments, as well as other national and subnational governments around the world, in passing this motion to formally condemn this movement. As I wrap up my remarks, it's an important reminder that the boycott of Jewish communities has been a hallmark of anti-Semitic groups throughout history. In fact, Adolf Hitler's first action when he came to power in 1933 was to boycott Jewish businesses. Today, BDS is a form of modern anti-Semitism, and history teaches us that it must be taken very seriously. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potashner. At this time, I'll call Mr. Stephen Sues to the podium. Councillor Sendzik. Please continue.
Okay, sorry. Good evening, Chair, Council, staff, and members of the public. I want to begin by thanking you for allowing me to rise in support of the Jewish community tonight to condemn the motion introduced by the Niagara Centre NDP Riding Association, which endorses the boycotting, divesting, and sanctioning, better known as BDS, of Israel. As someone who holds a Bachelor of Arts degree in International Development Studies, I understand the detriment to the BDS movement and the ramifications of supporting it. I am deeply troubled that once again I must rise to protect our Israeli allies from this anti-Semitic policy prescription. While a student leader at Trent University, the BDS movement reared its ugly head on campus, and I knew that I had to take action to protect one of Canada's greatest allies, Israel. Israel is not only a very special and sacred place to the Jewish people, but of religious minorities and the LGBT community who fear persecution and the threat and active violence throughout the Middle East. Israel, being the only parliamentary democracy in the Middle East, protects religious minorities and ensure that people can express their religious freedom each and every day, just like Section 2 of the Canadian Charters of Rights and Freedoms does here. Last February, the Parliament of Canada passed the following motion in support of the condemnation of BDS. The motion was introduced by MP Tony Clement and reads as follows: that given Canada and Israel share a long history of friendship as well as economic and diplomatic relationships, the House reject the boycott, divestment, and sanctions BDS movement, which promotes the demonization and delegitimization of the State of Israel, and call upon the government to condemn any and all attempts by Canadian organization, groups, or individuals to promote the BDS movement both here and at home and abroad. The motion passed overwhelmingly by an extremely wide margin of 229 to 51. That's not a small feat. However, despite the calls from the Parliament of Canada to condemn the BDS movement, the Niagara Centre NDP Riding Association still chose to put forward their anti-Semitic motion, hoping that it would pass at their recent convention. This shows the blatant disrespect that the Niagara Centre NDP has for parliamentary democracy, the Jewish people, religious minorities at home and abroad, and the people of Israeli descent. I would like to stress to the people who were offended by the Niagara Centre's NDP motion that anti-Semitism and disrespect for our Israeli allies are not Niagara values.
I'm going to make a clarification there. That wasn't a motion of the Niagara Centre MPP.
Niagara Centre Riding Association.
But you said MPP. So you're referring it to an individual, and it's not an individual.
Gotcha. Niagara Centre Riding Association. Furthermore, I'm curious to know why the Niagara Centre NDP Riding Association, I'm curious to know why the MPP did not speak out against this motion, knowing full well that the Riding Association of hers introduced it. For an association and a member that talk constantly about non-oppression and inclusion, I find it extremely hypocritical and offensive that she stayed silent on this issue. Now, I understand the association the members may not have a good grasp on foreign affairs, but they have a duty, an intrinsic one, to stand against all forms of hate-inspired political movements. So, Hamas, a group of militants, has been labeled a terrorist organization by the Government of Canada via the Anti-Terrorism Act, the United States government, Egypt, European Union, Australia, United Kingdom. Hamas regularly subjects our Israeli allies to guerrilla warfare in the Gaza Strip and West Bank. Hamas launches rockets on our Israeli allies, killing innocent men, women, and children. They regularly torture and kill their own citizens. They use their own people as human shields. And the most disgusting act of all, they use children in military combat. How can the Niagara Centre NDP possibly condone these horrific acts and state-sanctioned terrorism? Hamas has one of the worst human rights records in the entire world, and the Niagara Centre NDP is going to support this?
So
the Niagara Centre NDP...
Again, I'm just going to, I appreciate where you're going, but you're casting an aspersion on an entire group of individuals that haven't taken a position on the Hamas. So can we just really, I'm going to ask you to stay on target. I'm going to cut you off again.
Okay. What the Niagara Centre NDP should be embracing and supporting is Israel's right to self-defense. Israel has been open to a two-state solution, yet Hamas has continually derailed talks for peace on an international level. Before the fight to rescind the BDS motion at Trent University was won, Israeli students were not even allowed to attend the campus, denying people education right here in Canada because they were of a certain background and heritage. These are the type of consequences that BDS has brought us. This kind of movement is not welcomed in Niagara. There is only one word to describe the actions of Hamas against the people of Israel, and it's terror. Hamas even has made an entire manifesto dedicated to the elimination of the Jewish state. We have seen this state-sanctioned inspired hate in the past, and it was called the Holocaust. For 3 decades, Hamas is inspiring this type of hate, and it continues because of motions like BDS. So in conclusion, I ask that the BDS movement be condemned tonight by all the members. I ask the members to condemn it and not be afraid to go out there and stand for freedom and against any type of oppressive attitudes that threaten the principles of democracy. Once again, the Government of Canada demands that we condemn BDS. And although I'm extremely disappointed of what has occurred, I'm not afraid to stand up against BDS and anti-Semitism, especially in our hometown of Niagara. Good night.
All right, thank you very much. Turn the chair back over.
Thank you very much. And at this time, I'd like to invite Mr. Adair Craftman to the podium. Hopefully I didn't mess that one up too.
Great, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. My name is Adir Kraftman. I'm with the Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs, CIJA. CIJA is a national, nonpartisan, nonprofit organization representing the perspectives of 150,000 Jewish Canadians affiliated with local federations from coast to coast. This includes members of the Jewish community right here in the Niagara region, with whom we consulted before appearing here today. Advancing tolerance and fighting prejudice against all threatened minority groups is a major focus for CIJA and the organized Jewish community. We requested to present in front of this council to offer our support for Councillor Nunziata's proposed anti-BDS motion. BDS, as you heard, is an acronym for Boycott, Divestment, and Sanctions, a movement which seeks to delegitimize and isolate Israel and Israel alone around the world and in global forums. BDS activists promote the false idea that Israel is solely responsible for the Arab-Israeli conflict and in turn push for a boycott of the Jewish and democratic state. These boycotts take many forms, from telling consumers not to buy Israeli products, to calling for universities to cut ties with Israeli professors in universities, to calls for Israelis to be banned from international sports competitions. The intent of those employing BDS language is not to resolve the conflict or to promote any form of reconciliation, but rather to single out Israel and challenge the Jewish state's right to be treated with the same standard of fairness applied to any other democracy in the world. BDS intentionally ignores the many other human rights violations committed by countries around the world, holding Israelis and Jews to a different moral standard than others. There are well-established links between BDS and rising anti-Semitism on university campuses across the world, including here in Ontario. BDS actions on campus incite hatred, they engender division, and lead to an increase in anti-Semitic actions against Jewish students. BDS demands self-determination for Palestinians while denying the same right to the Jewish people. It is a non-violent means to a violent end. All Canada's major political parties have unequivocally rejected this tactic, a clear demonstration of the fact that BDS is at odds with the Canadian consensus and outside the genuine peace movement that emphasizes fairness and mutual responsibilities. In February of last year, the Canadian Parliament voted by a wide margin to reject the BDS movement, which, I quote, promotes the demonization and delegitimization of the State of Israel. As well, on December 1st, the Ontario legislature passed a similar motion which affirmed that the legislature rejected BDS and, quote, stands firmly against any position or movement that promotes or encourages any form of hatred, hostility, prejudice, racism, and intolerance in any way. The resolution further affirmed strong bilateral relations between Ontario and Israel and declared that the legislature rejects the differential treatment of Israel, including the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement. This motion was introduced at the same year when both Premier Kathleen Wynne and Toronto Mayor John Tory led substantive trade missions to Israel. These missions generated dozens of new agreements and partnerships between the City of Toronto, the Province of Ontario, and Israel, generating hundreds of jobs for Ontarians, including right here in this region. The BDS movement is a vehicle for anti-Semitism and the singling out of Israel and the Jewish people. It encourages discrimination against members of the Jewish community, the most frequently targeted minority community for hate crimes, according to Statistics Canada reports and several municipal police reports. For that reason, the Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs encourages all members of Council to support this important motion and condemn the BDS movement. As the representatives of members of the organized Jewish community in the Niagara region, we also request to be included in all further deliberations on this matter. We are gratified that Council has taken such a serious approach to combating anti-Semitism with this initiative. Building on this, and in consultation with Jewish members of the Niagara region, we would ask that Council consider an additional, distinct motion condemning the anti-Semitic tweets by Councillor Andy Petrowski, which have shocked and deeply disturbed members of the Jewish community in the Niagara region and beyond. And I'd also like to add one more comment. There needs to be a distinction made between one writing association and the NDP party at large. The Ontario NDP has taken a strong stance against anti-Semitism. In fact, in their latest policy document, they've shown support for the inclusion of anti-Semitism in the new anti-racism directorate that will be working to end systemic discrimination in the province moving forward. So Thank you very much for your time, and I would be happy to answer any questions about the BDS movement, anti-Semitism in Ontario, or anything else. Thanks.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'll ask if council has any questions of any of the four presenters. And if we do start to get a list building, I'll ask the presenters if they wouldn't mind staying local to the podium to answer any questions. Are there any questions of council? Councillor Nunziata.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the presenters. I don't know who wants to take my questions, but I'll circulate them and whoever wants to step forward.
Could I then ask, in preparation for the questions, that the presenters come local to the podium?
I'm not going to be too long. Now, most recently, we received a letter from MPP Cindy Forster. Now, in that letter, she specifically states that over my many decades of public service, I'm proud of my zero tolerance track record on racism. So my question, after hearing all the presenters, can a person actually have zero tolerance on racism and anti-Semitism without condemning BDS?
I'll take the question. As was, I think, set out in the depositions, BDS is anti-Semitism. It clearly meets the definition of anti-Semitism. So if one is going to be condemning all forms of racism and discrimination, then clearly BDS, as an element of anti-Semitism, must be spoken out against.
Well, and I appreciate that. To date, I have not yet heard an apology from the Riding Association or this MPP with respect to the BDS motion that was presented. Now, I've also read in her letter that she believes you've all been duped. She believes that you were here under false pretenses. She believes that you were props in a political battle somehow emerging here in Niagara. So I just wanted to get your thoughts on why you're here and why you strongly believe that it is an appropriate forum to discuss this issue at this particular regional council.
Sure, I'll happily take that question and clarify. Speaking on behalf of CEJA, we're here to speak about the subject matter of the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement. It is a hateful anti-Semitic movement, and we have requested to appear before this council in order to clarify our position and the position of the organized Jewish community on that movement.
So, I don't think I've been duped because I started...
Please approach the podium.
Oh, sure. Sorry. I don't think I've been duped because I've been fighting for this for a while now. I've fought for this, you know, back when I was at Trent University, you know, when, again, people of Israeli descent were being banned from coming to our school. So, you know, that's important to me. I don't think we should deny anybody the right for an education, and I'll fight for that all day long. And so I don't think I'm being duped right now. I'm sorry. That's all.
Thank you. I actually don't think motive is relevant one way or the other. How this motion made its way into this chamber, it's actually irrelevant. The fact that it's here is great because racism needs to be spoken out against whenever it's encountered. And as the data, as the facts show, this is a serious problem in Canada, in Ontario, and in Niagara. The Jewish community is the most targeted group, religious group, in this country. And so regardless of the reasons that it's here, it's here. And it's a good reason that it's here because no identifiable group in this country should be targeted for hate. And the fact that it is before this chamber, we have, all of us, an opportunity now to speak out against that and to speak for freedom and for inclusion in our society.
Thank you.
Sorry, and I'll echo the same things that Mr. Mawson said. I mean, it really doesn't matter why, you know, if there are any political reasons why, this motion came up today, but the motion is before you. And it's important that, we hopefully educated you and make you understand why BDS is wrong and anti-Semitic. And I think that as long as BDS is being, promoted and supported at a local, municipal, regional level, I think that warrants a response and condemnation at the local level as well. Thanks.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other speakers, comments, or concerns? Seeing none, thank you, gentlemen, for your presentation. And with that, we'll now move on to our next item of business, which is the motion. And I'll call on Councillor Annunziata for the motion.
Recommendations of one of the presenters, and if that would be included as a friendly amendment, perhaps my colleague, Mayor Senzik, would move that.
Friendly amendment would be?
That the anti-Semitic comments of Councillor Petrowski be condemned in their entirety as well. Okay. And I don't know if that amendment has to be put on the floor to be voted on.
I think it should be. I think it should be.
Okay, well, it's a friendly amendment, so.
So if you're proposing an amendment, is there a seconder for the amendment? Councillor Senzik, can we please try and craft the amendment?
And as well, Chair, I would also like to add, with respect to the forwarding of this motion, to the Friends of Simon Wiesenthal Center, CJA, the Center for Israeli and Jewish Affairs, and all municipal councils.
Thank you. The amendment? So the amendment is now on the floor, just being crafted. Is there any discussion about the amendment that wants to start? I know it's not on the screen yet, but Councillor Redekop.
Well, Mr. Chair, this particular matter is before us by way of a notice of motion. There's now been an amendment that directly affects a member of this body who doesn't have notice that this was going to be put here. I don't happen to agree with Councillor Petrowski's comments. I'm certainly sympathetic to all of the comments made by the speakers, but I'm wondering whether it's procedurally fair for us to deal with a matter involving a member of this council in his absence without him having had notice that we were going to do that.
I certainly don't think it is. I'm wondering if we can think about retracting that and leaving it as a notice of motion such that it can be dealt with separately.
No problem with that.
Okay. If council's okay and you're okay to retract that, we'll deal with that as a separate notice of motion to come forward next meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
So the motion then, whereas both the Canadian and Ontario governments have condemned the discredited boycott, divest, sanction, otherwise known as BDS Israeli movement, now therefore be it resolved that the region of Niagara wholly condemns the BDS Israeli movement and in no way is attached, connected, or supports the position of the NDP Niagara Centre Provincial Riding Association, and that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to MPP Cindy Forster, as well as all area MPPs, the Niagara Centre Provincial Riding Association, the Ontario NDP, Andrea Horvath, Congregation B'nai Israel, B'nai B'rith Canada, Friends of Simon Wiesenthal Centre, the Centre for Israeli and Jewish Affairs, and all municipal councils.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Council, let's use the screen. Councillor Senzik, then Councillor Edgar.
All municipal councils, yes.
As well as, if it's friendly, also add the Niagara Multicultural Center in there as well.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Edgar.
Thank you, Chair. I want you all to know that I have no problem with formally condemning the BDS movement. and in fact, any racial, radical, racist, or otherwise movement. But it's certainly not in our, we shouldn't have a problem with doing that, with condemning the movement and the racism, and I'm great with that, and I'd like to thank the presenters for bringing this important information. It was very informative. I enjoyed it. But what I do think is that we don't need to have the information in the motion regarding the NDP Niagara Association, the Niagara Central Association, because what they did was they brought forward one member's idea and they allowed it to be aired democratically. It didn't reach the floor, and I don't think that they're anymore, I don't believe that the association here is any more racist.
Yeah, through me.
Yes, I understand. I don't believe that the association is any more racist than the Liberals or the Conservatives in Niagara. And I didn't hear too many people complaining too much before when Councillor Petrowski was being anti-Semitic and also being anti-gay. But now, all of a sudden, when we see that it might be politically expedient for somebody to attack a member of provincial parliament by this motion, and I don't think that it's a good idea to use this to get even. So I would amend the motion by...
Point of personal privilege, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
The pejorative terms that the councillor is making, and Councillor Edgar, I respect your comments, but this is not a motion to get even. That's not how we conduct business here at the region. What we do is put thoughtful motions on the table and we vote for them as a group. Okay, so the intimation that somehow this is a motion to get even with a member of provincial parliament is ridiculous.
Councillor, we deal with all anti-Semitism and anti-gay initiatives, and we always have on an equal basis, just as we did with Councillor Petrowski when that happened. You forget the presentations that we had at that point, very similar to what we're having tonight.
It's not the presentations that I was talking about, Chair, but I take your comments. I would still like to amend the motion by deletion of the name NDP Niagara Centre Provincial Riding Association.
I'll ask the clerk if that still allows the motion to be relevant. Would you please repeat your request for the clerk?
I move to amend the motion by deletion of the terms of the words NDP Niagara Centre Provincial Riding Association. That doesn't change the original, the main intent of the motion, Mr. Chair. The main intent of the motion being to condemn the BDS movement, of which I agree with totally. Well, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
It's been suggested that I withdraw my amendment. There's a better one, more appropriate one in the wings.
You have the right to do that.
I do that, sir.
Thank you. Councillor Augustine?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. First of all, I appreciate the question that Councillor Annunziata asked of the presenters about the motivation and the response. And I was one of those that voted to say that we shouldn't deal with this, but I appreciate the answer, and now I'm pleased that we are dealing with it, and I appreciate the information that we've received this evening. The second item is, I believe we received a memo from our clerk, acting clerk today, about the anti-Semitic comments and the motion that this body approved back in December 2008 sorry, back in December 8th, 2016, regarding the Integrity Commissioner, and I understand that that matter is now to the Integrity Commissioner, so perhaps it'll be dealt with that way as opposed to the amendment that Councillor Annunziata put forward, or tried to put forward and then kind of heard about procedural fairness. The final thing, Mr. Chair, is I do have an amendment that I'm going to move, and Councillor Redekop is going to second, and that is really with the thinking that this should be broader, that to label one group specifically is not broad enough, and the council should say that the region of Niagara wholly condemns the boycott, divest, sanction Israel movement, and in no way is attached to, and here's where the amendment comes, nor connected to any Niagara group or body that supports BDS. That would make it much broader than just one group, Mr. Chair, and you know, there may be other groups that we're not aware of this evening that have supported BDS. This would make it very, very clear that this body is not connected to any of those. So the amendment is, after the word attached on this, on number one, that it's, or sorry, yeah, attached, it would say to, nor connected to any Niagara group or body that supports BDS.
Councillor, the reason this is here tonight is because of an initiative that took place in Niagara. By watering it down, as you're intending to do here, I think the intent is more motherhood and apple pie, which may be necessary, but I don't think that's the intent of the motion. But I'll throw it open to council.
It's actually, Mr. Chair, it's actually to broaden it, and I do have a seconder to it.
Fair enough.
To broaden the motion. We may be unaware of other bodies in Niagara that have talked about this BDS movement, etc. This makes it very, very clear that this body is not only, it's not specific to one group, but very broad. So I don't think
we
it
certainly
waters it
have the
down.
experts here that could talk to it if you wish.
That's the amendment, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
So there's an amendment on the floor to broaden the motion. Start a second list, please, to the amendment. And I see Councillor Annunziata first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no problem adding other groups, but I will not be in favor of removing connected or supports the position of the NDP Niagara Centre Provincial Riding Association. That particular riding association, it's germane to this motion. It's the intent that this motion is at this council today. Now, I will make it perfectly clear. The NDP Niagara Centre Riding Association could have brought forward healthcare, education, help for our seniors. At least 2,500 people in Canada alone have died from opiate overdoses. They could have brought forward something very tangible that would have benefited the entire population of Niagara. But this is the motion they decided to bring forward to their policy convention. It is germane, and I want it to stay in there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Marshall, to the amendment.
Thank you. I certainly couldn't vote in favor of the motion as it stands now. I definitely support the amendment. Clearly, the intent is to go after the New Democrats. I've been assured by many of the people that were at the meeting that there was no intent there. Was I educated tonight by these gentlemen? Absolutely. So I welcome their input. But the fact that we're targeting is poor form. I know there's an election. I guess we all do.
Councillor?
Yes?
Were you targeting Mr. Petrosky with his actions?
I think it's been appropriate that we're going to deal with that at another time.
Fair enough. It's just it's a relevant example.
It's all relevant, and I think there's no room for racism. And for me to vote against this, I can be called anti-Semitic because I voted against the motion that's fundamentally flawed. I'm told it's dishonest, and it doesn't reflect the reality of what occurred. Were the words right? Yeah. But I'm told that there was no intent for it to be racial. And there's a lot of embarrassed people around. But it doesn't make them racist. It may make them naive, but I'm not going to go down that road as to what happened at that particular meeting. I honestly don't know, except to say that I was told that it was accidental, it wasn't appropriate. It's certainly not the position. There was a couple of people at the meeting. It did happen. Should we be educated on that? And the broadening by Councillor Augustine is appropriate. It's not just about a New Democrat. It's about any group. And we've, one of the presenters appropriately said, let's go against and both the province and the feds have said clearly by policy the BDS is condemned. We can add our voice to that. They didn't say condemned except for the New Democrats or except for the Tories. My turn. Let's do it properly. Let's not point fingers. I know a lot of these people and their intent wasn't racial. And you can call it what you want, but don't call it anti-Semitism. It does exist. Again, I was educated tonight and I'm pleased to that end. But if you want to make a real, if you want something to be solid and come out of this body tonight, I would support this recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Barrett?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I don't support the amendment as it's stated, but my preference is vote it down and then add it, so it's both. You know, the Niagara Centre NDP Riding Association did bring it forward, and it was referenced in, I believe, the Toronto Star or the Toronto Sun, or possibly both, and they have a lot of readers across the province and beyond. And I think that's why it's important to be specific in naming them in the motion. And although I do agree with as well broadening it. So I don't think this is one or the other as a false dichotomy, but it should be both. And I hope that council will vote this down and add both. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Senzik?
I would agree with what Councillor Barrick has just stated, and I'm just going to add some clarity to this, because the Niagara Centre NDP on their Facebook page has yet to even acknowledge this incident. And yet on March 3rd, they promoted the Niagara Anti-Racism Coalition rally in St. Catharines. So a Welland Centre, Niagara Centre NDP Facebook page promoted that, and yet to date, as of May 31st, has not even commented in saying we reject what had come forward from their association. So I think it's important that we actually have that language in there so that they see we're taking a stance on this, and they can't have a double standard. They should have rejected on their own Facebook page to the community of Niagara that they did not stand behind a motion that was brought forward by maybe just one of their individuals. That is the kind of leadership that we've been asked for across Niagara, and I would expect them to have that same leadership to denounce that on their own Facebook page.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Burrows?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm supportive of this amendment, but if this amendment doesn't pass, I would ask that item 1 in the original amendment be split, because I too am very supportive of the main part of the condemnation of the BDS, but I have a lot of difficulty in both other parts, and so I would ask, first of all, I'll support the amendment, but after that, I'm on the other list as well.
Okay, let's get past the amendment first. There's no more speakers on the list. I'm going to ask you to use the buttons, and I'm going to ask for a recorded vote. Please, when you're ready, supporting the amendment or not.
Vote's open.
It is. The amendment is not supported. Back to the original motion.
Mr. Chair?
We've got a speakers list.
Well, it was my amendment, so I think I still have the floor.
Fair enough.
So I'd like to take on Councillor Annunziata's suggestion and somehow incorporate it, and I hope staff can do that.
I'll accept that as a friendly amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Marshall?
I'd like to know what just happened.
So both pieces have been added to the motion. Nothing's been deleted.
Are we going to see that? I'm sorry.
Yeah, the clerks are putting it together. If you want to
Okay,
give it a
that's fine.
second.
And then we can speak when I see the motion.
Yep, you've got the floor. Can you put it up? Okay. Okay. Once it's up, Councilor Marshall, you have the floor.
Okay.
Can I see it?
Yeah, we're just formatting, correcting all the formats and numbers while we're talking about it.
All right, I've already spoken. I think people know my intent. I do have two letters, by the way. I know it's not on their Facebook page, but I received something today. I haven't had the opportunity to totally read it. They're divesting themselves of this action and condemning it themselves. So I'll just leave it like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Annunziata?
So, yeah.
What's out of order?
Oh, you signed it? Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Math wasn't working.
Councilor Annunziata, you have the floor.
Yeah, that is not the friendly amendment I agreed to. So I wasn't looking for a second bullet point. Ultimately, connected or supports the position of the NDP Niagara Centre Provincial Riding Association and nor any other group. Correct.
Okay.
So,
got it.
correct? All right.
Councilor Annunziata, do you still want the floor?
I'll reserve it to the last.
Okay.
To be helpful, it should be, I think, nor any other group that supports BDS.
Got it. Thank you. That is helpful. Councilor Barrick?
Thank you, Chair. So I support the resolution as it's worded, and I do want to thank Councilor Annunziata for bringing this forward to clarify certainly where Niagara stands, and we are welcoming. And I think wanted to quote former President Ronald Reagan. I think captured it really well when he said, "Freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction." And we heard this evening that these types of attempts to gain support for things like BDS have to be taken very seriously, and they have to be shut down immediately. And I appreciate this, the delegations who have come from all over the province to come here and state the case very clearly for everybody here in Niagara to understand and confirm. So thanks again to the mover, and look forward to proving this evening.
Councilor Burrows, you stated that you wanted the motion separated?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I am back and asking for that first paragraph to be converted into two right after movement. So all the talk about the NDP Niagara Centre Provincial Riding Association be part of number two. So we have a very clear statement about condemning BDS as part one, and then we go through the other two routines of criticizing those that had mentioned it in the past.
Quite frankly, I think that defeats the intent of the motion.
Well, then I'll pass.
Thank you. Councilor Gale?
Thank you, Chair, and I wasn't going to speak, but after hearing Councilor Sendzik, I thought I should say something. We all have to learn, and politicians in general have to learn to apologize. We all make mistakes. I will say it, and others will say something wrong. And we make so many mistakes. But if we apologize, then we don't have to go through integrity commissioners, all this stuff. And if they had at that time stood up and said, this is wrong, we didn't mean to do that and all this bit, I don't think we would have been here right now. So I commend you on what you said, and I think that's a big principle we should all have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Maves?
I'd like to put the question.
Thank you.
Well, I said that before I got on, before you pushed the button. Yeah, before you got on, I was allowed.
Is there a seconder to put the question? Is there a seconder to put the question?
There you go, you get to go anyway.
I'm not seconding, I want to say.
Sorry.
He wants to speak.
Sorry, Councillor Mays, there's no seconder
Okay.
for your question. Councillor Rigby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this community has been for some time very clear in its standing about cooperation with other beliefs and other people and other colors. And I can recall one time when the Muslim mosque was firebombed, and it was the Jewish community was there to help them. And prior to that, the Jewish cemetery had been desecrated. It was the Muslims that were there to help them. And I think that's the kind of community we are, and we need to continue to be that way. And while I really didn't feel this was the business of our council, I've been convinced tonight it is, and we should be, and we should vote to support this motion and go forward with it. And I'll call the question.
You can't call the question, you've spoken. Councillor Nunziata, did you have closing remarks?
Closing remarks, thank you. And these are the last ones of the evening. And hopefully we can get beyond this and move on with business. Now, I need everyone to take a deep breath and stop the saber rattling. Now, 2 orders of business. First, to dispel any suggestion that this is some kind of a partisan attack on the NDP. I respect Ms. Horvath and I congratulate her on her principled stance in condemning anti-Semitism, but she should also be condemning the BDS movement as well. That's part and parcel. Second, my sincere apologies to our Jewish community leaders. Now, although I'm not the one that should be making the apology and begging the forgiveness of our Jewish friends, as a proud son of Niagara, I feel compelled to ask for forgiveness on behalf of Niagara residents who have shared with me their feelings of remorse that something like this could possibly be festering and lurking in Niagara. So I truly wish our visitors were here under better circumstances. Now, for all those that say this has no business being here at this council, that suggestion is ridiculous. We've weighed in on provincial issues. We've weighed in on federal issues. We've provided direction via resolution of this council. We've received correspondence from a federal member weighing in on an issue as recently as last week, giving us direction as a council. So obviously it goes both ways. We just did a flag raising outside regional headquarters, indicating Niagara's inclusiveness, tolerance, and acceptance. And yet members of this council don't want to provide direction and leadership on this issue. Unanimously support this motion, send a strong message to the rest of the Niagara community that this kind of festering intolerance will not be accepted here in Niagara. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And with that, I'm going to put the question. This isn't the first time I've had to apologize this term to the Jewish community. I hope it's the last time, but please, on behalf of myself and my council, please accept our apologies one more time. When you're ready, please record the vote.
The vote is open.
Thank you very much for being here and presenting tonight. And with that, we need to carry on with the balance of our agenda. I believe I'm at Councillor D'Angela for adoption of the minutes.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Gale, that the minutes of the meeting CL 07-2017 being the open session minutes of the Regional Council meeting held on Thursday, May 18, 2017 be approved.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Councillor Rigby? Councillor Rigby?
Yes, thank you. In the matter of the minutes, the question related to a motion that was brought forward and passed related to removing Councillor Petrowski from
the committees that he'd been appointed to. Then we had a further discussion, and there was to be a report coming related to that motion. But, and the report was a matter of correspondence that was in our dockets.
Right.
Which says that we require a triple majority to go forward, I believe is what it says, basically, because it's a reconsideration motion. How are we going to handle that? Because right now, we have a motion that's a minutes that say he's to be removed from those committees, and it was moved by Councillor Sendzik and seconded by Councillor McGregor, and it was passed.
No, it was deferred. Let me just check
Well,
the
in
actual
minutes,
status.
it was already passed, and then later on, there was a, if you read it, but.
You've got it in front of you, so
Okay,
I'm going to ask
yeah.
the clerk for her assistance. Council, would you like to weigh into the essence of your memo?
Through you, Chair. The essence of the memo is that the original motion by Councillor Sendzik, or motion to amend, requires a 2/3 vote to pass, both because it's a change to the procedural bylaw in the sense that it takes rights away that were contained in that bylaw, and as a reconsideration.
Thank you. Okay, so clerk is advising me, just so you know, the portion of the minutes that we're talking about right now is simply errors and omissions. Should you wish to discuss it and get the motion back on the floor, the best time to do that is coming up next during correspondence. So if we can get through this, I'll allow you to raise it through the Sterling's memo, which is CLC 59.
But how, if I may, just very quickly, we have there was a motion brought by Councillor Quirkenvolpatti to motion to that may be a motion to reconsider and the procedure bylaw be suspended to waive the notice. So it seems to have, we're kind of in a limbo here.
I think we're okay.
With the original motion that was passed.
No, I think I'm okay. I'm going to allow you to raise it out of the, once we get through the minutes, under the correspondence, I'll allow you to lift the correspondence and retable the motion that was deferred to that correspondence.
If I can find the correspondence.
59.
Thank you.
59. Okay, seeing no more questions to the minutes, all those in favor? And that's carried. Now moving to correspondence, I'll call on Councillor Easton for the correspondence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a motion moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Mayor Joyner that the items to be received and or referred be dealt with as noted in the council agenda and if issued addendum.
Councillor, I understand that Councillor Rigby is going to rise and ask that the CLC 59 be lifted and that the motion be put back on the floor. I'm going to take my advice from Councillor Redekop and ask Council if they feel it's still warranted at this time while the Councillor is not here. So I'll allow you to consider that in putting the motion back on the floor.
The councillor you're referring to is because Petrowski's not here?
Correct.
I see. I would move to lift 59 and have, and I would ask that the movers of that original motion may want to speak to that motion prior to I'm bringing this forward because I think we have to clean up what we have in the document.
Exactly.
Thank
I
you.
got it. Thank you. I'll go through the list. Councillor Augustine.
Just a point of clarification, are we dealing with that issue now or should I wait until?
The motion has not been put on the floor.
Yeah, so I'll speak to it when the motion is put on the floor.
Okay.
So this is.
Somebody needs to put it on the floor, just to be clear.
Mr. Chair, I did not want to speak to that motion necessarily. I wanted to speak to an item of correspondence.
Okay.
From the town of Pelham.
Okay.
And this is, councillors that are on Public Works Committee will recall that I asked the questions about the security of supply, water supply to a part of our, large part of our community, the community of Fenwick. And town council on Monday reviewed a report by staff and reviewed the regional documents and wanted to make sure that this council knew that town council is very supportive of trying to have that security of water supply. There's only one water line that goes from Fawn Hill down Canberra Road to Fenwick. It's a relatively small pipe, and there's concern that perhaps that if that pipe breaks or breaches, that water would be lost for thousands of people and schools and churches and all of those things. And therefore, this council has been on side for a very long time to ensure that there's some sort of security supply, a looping system or an elevated tank. That's what this correspondence is. The recommendation from staff is to include this in the period for public information. The reason I rise, Mr. Chair, is because there's another piece of information that I think is important to this, and that is actually from the development charge bylaw, the existing one. In the existing development charge bylaw, we are already collecting money for this issue. It says here under water, wastewater, address security of supply issue in Fenwick. It's almost $8 million and almost $4 million is recoverable under the development charges. So 5 years ago, we said it was an important thing to do, and we've been collecting for the last 4 or 5 years ago, for the last 5 years, funds to fund this. And I think it's important that this also be included. It's page B30 in the existing development charge bylaw. Also be included with that to further complement what this staff report is from the town of Pelham. So I rise to ask that this be included. We'll give it to the clerk to do so.
Okay, I have had some discussion with Public Works and understand that the growth and user did not justify what Pelham was asking for, but I'll ask our commissioner to please elaborate on the position.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to go into a great bit of detail right now, but it has to do with both the justification through growth, but also the quality of water, if that's depending on how that actual system is designed. We'll gladly accept the further document for consideration with that, and we're going to continue the analysis and be responding to the concern and the request.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't necessarily want to get into it now, but it is an important feature for our community. It has been for many years. It was put in the 2012 bylaw, and what council's saying is that it should be in this bylaw as well to do the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Redicott?
Speak briefly to CLC 62, and that is the announcement that Laura Bubanko is going to be coming as the new regional clerk. She's a very accomplished and skilled young woman. She will do an excellent job here. I'm terribly disappointed that she's leaving Fort Erie, but once again, we will give you the best and the brightest from Fort Erie to assist the region.
That's impossible because you're still there and we don't have you here.
Every third Thursday I come.
Oh, thank you. Councillor Rigby.
All right, Mr. Chair, and going back to the correspondence 59.
Yes.
It states, now we had a motion previously that Councillor Sendzik brought forward, and it was voted on, duly voted on, and passed. That's in the minutes. This report indicates.
Can I get confirmation of what you just said? Because I think I heard something different just now.
Councillor.
Sorry, through the chair.
Sendzik and Redicott, and McGregor moved it, and it was voted on and passed.
I just want to make sure I get it right.
And then later, we suspended that subject to a report, this is the report. And this report, unless we're waiting for, are you waiting for verification?
I just need the clerk to weigh in here.
Or
Please.
should I carry on?
No, you should not.
I'm going to stop.
Thank
For a
you.
moment.
Just to, through the chair, just to clarify, the motion that was put forward by councillors Senzik and McGregor was not voted on and passed at council last meeting.
Yeah.
What was voted on and passed was a referral of that motion to staff for a report. So that motion has not been decided yet. It was
I'm
referred
going
to
to have to
staff.
go back now to the minutes because the minutes, it was fairly clear that that was voted on and had the list of people who voted.
I have to take the clerk's advice at this point. I mean, it's not to say that it
Okay.
can't be put back on the floor.
All right. Still have this correspondence, and this report says that it is clearly not a reconsideration, and that therefore we should be, I guess, voting on what was put forward by Councillor Senzik and McGregor.
Fair enough. Let me just confirm with council that that's exactly what it says.
Through you, Chair, it indicates that it's not a reconsideration of the appointment. However, it is a reconsideration of other decisions of council, specifically giving council members the right to vote and the right to attend at committees. So the specific one identified that night has not been reconsidered, but there's still a reconsideration of decisions of council.
Breaking it down, I understand it to be a reconsideration vote.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Chair,
No, the motion was not anything else that's listed here. The
I'm going to accept a
motion
point of
was
order.
about
What's out of
removing
order?
Councillor Petrowski from the committees
Counselor.
that he was appointed to.
Councillor,
Period.
there's a point of order. I have to recognize.
Just the point of order, Chair, on page 9.
Please rise.
On the page 9 of the minutes, after the motion was made, we recessed the meeting. When we resumed the meeting, the motion was referred to staff till June 8th.
Yeah.
So it was not voted on. It was referred to staff for the said report.
Okay, which confirms the what the clerk has just advised. And so at this point, what I'm understanding of council, and I'm just trying to find what the right process is here. I think from council's perspective, our legal counsel, that they've suggested that it is a 2/3 process, and if somebody wishes to put the motion on the floor, be happy to entertain it. Councillor Senzik.
So I would like to bring that motion back from the previous meeting, so put it back on the floor with information that was received from council. So procedurally, do we do that now, or do we wait until we approve Councillor Easton's motion of the correspondence, and then I would lift this, pull it, and then deal with it after correspondence has been approved?
Let's get it behind us.
So
let's deal with it.
Okay.
I know there's a motion on the floor to receive correspondence, but this is relative to one of the items of correspondence, so let's deal with it. Do you have the motion to put?
Mr. Chair, I stand corrected.
Thank you. Do you have the motion or no? Did you throw it up? So the motion is on the floor. Is there a seconder? Councillor McGregor. We'll have a look at the motion. The motion is before you. We've discussed this a number of, oh, there's the list building. Okay, here we go. Councillor Barrick.
Thank you, Chair. I move to defer this until the councillor returns from his leave.
Okay, is there a seconder for the deferral? Councillor Gale. Well, there's no debate on the deferral. We've heard advice from Councillor Redekop, similar vein about another initiative. So let's vote on whether we should defer this until Councillor returns. We'll use the buttons and I'll record the vote, please.
The vote is open.
No, we're not going to defer it. So with that, we'll continue with the speakers list. Councilor Barrett?
So, perhaps through you to legal, I want to understand, the Municipal Act says that council can impose either of the following penalties. 1, a reprimand, or 2, suspension, and we've already reprimanded the councillor on 3. So I want to get clarity if we can, now that the council has voted to reprimand the individual, can we still go back and now suspend, because that doesn't seem to fall in line with the legislation.
Legal counsel?
Through you, Chair. There were 3 reports. You reprimanded on 2 of the transgressions by the councillor. This was part of the decision for the 3rd report, and from my perspective, it could move forward.
Thank you. Councilor Barrett?
Okay, thanks. So I want to get clarity. So we did make decisions on 2 of the 3, and so the 3rd one was, just so I understand the history, was kind of held in abeyance, and now we're dealing with that 3rd complaint formally now? So in other words, we're only dealing with each complaint one time. We're not going back and going back and adding another.
Mr.
Through you, Chair, you actually completed 2/3 of the motion that was on the floor regarding the 3rd report, which was, there were 6 parts. Two were added by Councillor Senzik. As I believe the minutes indicate, you voted on the first 4, leaving the balance because of the question of reconsideration to a later time, and didn't specify when that later time would be. So if you take it as one motion that was broken down for multiple parts, you haven't completed that process on the 3rd report. On the first 2 reports, you did complete the process and reprimanded, as you said.
Okay, I think that helps. I appreciate that. So, look, we're all independent legislators here, and I didn't get elected to slap other councillors on the hands for whatever they may or may not be doing. So I'm uncomfortable with voting to suspend any councillor for any reason. That's not my role as I see it. We're independent legislators. People are accountable to the electorate. Other councillors around this room are not accountable to me. They are accountable to their electorate. And so with that, I'm uncomfortable supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Grenier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm going to respectfully disagree with my good friend, Councilor Barrett. We are actually obligated to do these kind of things, and we should be doing this. However, I'm not happy with the way this is worded. We voted on 3 reports from the Integrity Commissioner with specific actions required of Councillor Petrowski to undertake. And I think that the suspension should be tied to his completing those. And I think that that's perfectly in order, but that's not here. This tends to be open-ended and another form of punishment that wasn't recommended by the Integrity Commissioner. So the idea here is that there should be, he is suspended from serving until he appears and executes the recommendations by the Integrity Commissioner, and those are accepted by council, and those others that he was recommended to make amends with. And then at that point, I think that should be allowed to continue his role. But I think that this is there's something missing here. And I have a concern that this is open-ended and that it's added to what's there that wasn't foreseen by the process of the Integrity Commissioner. So as much as I agree with the idea that there needs to be a relationship between adhering to the recommendations of the Integrity Commissioner and the completion of his duties here at Council, I'm not in favor of a complete
suspension of Councillor Petrowski without some kind of sunset provision in this resolution. So if the movers can clarify their intent, I'd be glad to support it, but as it's currently worded, I cannot until such time as a more clear outline of the cause that's there. And just, again, for completeness, we do this, municipal councils do it all the time. The most recent example was Toronto Council taking away powers of the late Mayor Rob Ford because of behavior issues. There is no, it's something that we should be considering. However, I think that there needs to be some wording in here, and I'm not sure what the intent is, and until such time, I can't support it. Thank you.
Councillor Gale?
Thank you, Chair, and I'm wondering through you when this is going to stop. I thought that we'd get through a meeting without talking about Councillor Petrowski. I guess we'll talk about him next time, the time after that as well. Why don't we wait till he comes back? He's off now, and I don't know what for. I have not talked to him. I'm not on Twitter or Facebook, as everybody knows. I don't think he's out there tweeting right now, but you guys might correct me on this, but you shouldn't be reading the damn things anyways. But regardless, as I've said to other people and other services that I'm chair of, I've said, don't read the damn tweets. But,
I'm sure you mean darn.
I'm sorry, sir. I should say darn. But, you know, when do we stop talking about this guy? And when he comes back, be it in a month, be it in 6 months, be it in 2 years, or maybe not, let the voters decide, or just move on. And that. So I'm going to vote against this. I agree with Councillor Grenier that put some term on it if you're going to, but let's leave it be and let's move on until he comes back. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Maves?
Chair, just a question to you. Now that, and you spoke to the councillor and you let the rest of the council know that he decided to take a leave. So is this first part anyway not redundant? Self-imposed.
I'm not at liberty to talk about the situation with respect to Councillor Petrowski due to privacy legislation.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Redicott?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would have preferred to have deferred this, and that's how I voted, but unfortunately we dealt with that. So it appears we're going to be dealing with it this evening. The reality is that, yes, Councillor Petrowski was elected by the electorate, and that's to serve. But he was appointed by this council to serve as a chair or vice chair or whatever on the various boards. So we have the ability to do that. I suppose we choose to sanction his conduct or not sanction his conduct. That's what it boils down to, really. Not anxious to jump on anyone, but since you've all decided to deal with it now, my view is we should deal with it. And I don't see any reason why we shouldn't at least provide the suspension, but I do agree there should be some time frame, whether it's 90 days following his return, something of that nature, and I'd leave that to the mover.
Thank you. Councillor D'Angelo?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The reason I stand up here and speak on this issue is because the councillor, and I'm going to use Niagara Regional Housing, I'm board chair, I'm trying to be proactive here. We have quorum problems at the present time. Now you've taken another member off the board. In 10 years of sitting on the board, we've never started a meeting late because of quorum. Last meeting, we had a quorum issue. Thankfully, the councillor got his car fixed to get to the meeting. If not, we would have had to cancel a Niagara Regional Housing meeting. We have a lot of important issues that are going on in Niagara Regional Housing. We have a bill that's being moved forward. We're suspending business at Niagara Regional Housing because we potentially may lose quorum. Part of this motion I'd like to see is, if you want to suspend him, that's fine, but we need a replacement in there for the time being until he comes back. Whatever time frame you want to put on there, that's great. But when the business of the region and our ABCs are being affected by the individual councillor taking a leave, it's the duty of this council to come forward with a solution. So we can't just ignore it, defer it, and say it'll come back and we can sort it out later. We're operating, because of the way the region has developed our board policies and practices, quorum is based on the 14 members that we have, not the ones that show up at a meeting where you only need 5. So we're down to 10 members, and we need 8 of them at every meeting, which is difficult with everyone's commitments to different organizations. So we have to move forward to get some resolution here. well, if not on the whole thing, but at least on ag regional housing, so we could be a little bit more proactive and deal with business. I hate to be at the next meeting, June 16th, and not have quorum and say, okay, well, wash our hands, we can't get anything done again, or move something aside that can't happen. It's going to happen if we don't get some sort of resolution to this particular one item. Thank you.
A point of order.
What's out of order?
And it's my belief that if a member of council takes a leave of absence, that quorums the committees that member's on is reduced by one. Is that not?
I'll turn to the clerk for advice on that.
Through the chair, there is a provision in the procedural bylaw that states where by reason of an approved authorized leave by the committee chair, a member or members is disabled from participating in a meeting, the number of members shall be reduced temporarily to determine quorum, provided such number is not less than 2. But I would like to state, though, that the Niagara Regional Housing Board of Directors does operate under its own bylaw, so we would have to take a look at what that bylaw says.
Thank you. Councillor Timms? We're getting late, so please be brief.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to suggest that the motion somehow make it automatic that if Councillor Petrowski meets the conditions 3 and 4 in the motion and completes this sensitivity training, that he resumes, so that he's is automatically back to the appointments that we suspend him from.
That's what it says.
It's not what it says, be allowed to resume, but so that begs the question, are we going to, so he's allowed, so we have to talk about it all over again?
I think that's just the words.
So we understand that once he's completed these conditions, he's automatically back on these committees.
That's my reading
without
of what's
further
written.
discussion. Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councillor Easton?
Mr. Chairman, I would have preferred Councillor Petrowski to have been here. I believe it's important that people face those who are talking about them. However, I guess I'm more concerned about where this conversation is going. And of course, it's getting later and now we don't really want to deal with it. I believe that when you are elected, you have the privilege of a seat. That's what the election gets you. However, the conduct of a member when it confronts the sensibilities of the community is our responsibility. And you can find evidence of this responsibility well defined at every level of government, including the Senate. And yet here, we don't believe that we have that responsibility. It seems too much for us. I don't believe that that is the case. And in fact, I think sensitivity training, unless it comes with a qualifying letter from the person who operates that course, stating whether or not there was a change in behavior or attitude, is really a waste of time. We have seen over and over again the apologies in the paper and then more outrageous behavior, and then more apologies and even more outrageous behavior. Maybe in the employment assistance program is what's required here. So I would like to see this changed. It's a minor change. I think it's an improvement that the sensitivity training be completed and that he return only on the condition that we have a report that qualifies. That Councillor Petrowski has demonstrated the appropriate change in attitude to come and assume his seat that he was elected to. And if that change, if you would consider that a friendly emotion, Mr. Chairman, I would ask that the clerk make those changes.
The mover and seconder have acknowledged that. Councillor Augustine, if you could please be brief, we have to extend now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Some colleagues around the table have talked about the leave of absence from the councillor, and I'm just wondering if we have something in writing about that? If you've received something in writing?
I'll turn to HR for advice.
Through you, Chair, yes, we have received something in writing from Councillor Petrowski.
Okay, thank you. I thought that maybe this council would have received that. I have a memo here from Councillor Maves in January 2014 where he took an unpaid leave of absence when he was running for provincial election. And I thought that maybe we received it here at council. I thought perhaps council would see that letter. Are we going to be seeing that letter?
I'll ask HR.
Through you, Chair, no, the intention would not be to share that information due to privacy.
Okay, I appreciate that. I find it odd. I thought perhaps we could have shared that in camera. And I would ask you, Mr. Chair, to consider that. Thank you.
Councilor Marshall?
Point of order, if I might, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Councilor, I didn't see your name there.
Yep.
I didn't fully understand exactly what the amendment would be until now it's being done in writing here. I don't agree with it just being friendly. I wonder if we can actually have a vote on the amendment, because it is a substantive change that goes beyond simply acknowledgement of as a friendly.
Sure. To the amendment?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think in any circumstance that we should be expected to rely on the individual, any individual in question, when the matter is as serious as this, to be the person who will judge whether or not they are capable of returning.
I don't feel that this council, nor do I, want to be the decision maker on anybody's attitude, because quite frankly, I could say a lot about others as well. So I'm not sure that this is, us being the judge and jury of his attitude is appropriate.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I take it out. Appropriate change of.
So, Chair, sorry, I don't know if maybe I missed it. Can this be an amendment to be voted on?
Let's vote on it as it's written. Is there a seconder? Councilor Gale. We're voting on the amendment as it, where'd it go? We're voting on the amendment that's highlighted. And I'm going to call a question. All those in favor?
Sorry. I want to speak to the amendment.
You did?
No, I asked if it would be voted as an amendment.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, thank you, Chair. So I'm not in support of the amendment. Talk about Big Brother. Wow. This is beyond a slippery slope. This is already off, like it's way off. Who's writing this report? Like, this is incredible. With all due respect, I have the utmost respect for Councillor Easton. However, someone writing a report vaguely that demonstrates an appropriate change of attitude, like, this is the completely wrong direction, I feel, of this council, beyond the purview, well beyond. And I would ask even the legislation, to get into this depth of characteristic reports and whether it's acceptable or not to other politicians. This level of corralling. Social engineering. Yeah, social engineering. It's mind-numbing. I'm at a loss of words even, that people don't appreciate what this is actually doing. So I'm definitely voting against it. This is a slippery slope. And get ready, because there's going to be other reports about other councillors and other councillors' attitudes and characteristics and psychological exams and everything else. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't really like the amendment. Certainly the sensitivity training, the way the original motion was, in my mind, is the way to go. Who can tell you is this person who's doing the sensitive training, and they can say, we think he can come back. That's the person you've got to have some report to. So the concern about who's going to make that decision, it would only be the recommendation of that training person who's doing it. But as far as the amendment, I don't agree with it. I think the way it was crafted in the beginning is quite sufficient and can deal with the issue.
Thank you. Councilor Marshall, quickly.
Thank you. I can't support the amendment. I can't imagine a clinician saying, yes, everything's going to be all right from here on. Who would say that? Alternatively, who would say no? He's not ready. I can hear the lawsuits now. It's just totally inappropriate, and I know it's well intended, but it doesn't make any sense at all. And there's not a clinician in the world who would sign off for Mr. Petrowski saying, yeah, he got aces.
But I'm hearing a sense of voting it down. Nonetheless, I'm going to use the buttons. Yes? Is Councillor Gale was the seconder?
Amazing. Maybe Councillor Gale, after hearing our colleagues, Mr. Chairman, maybe Councillor Gale would agree with me, and we could withdraw the amendment.
Okay, amendment has been withdrawn.
There's not a problem there.
Delete, please.
I was amazed.
We need to get moving, folks. We've got a lot to do yet. I'm going to call the question on the motion as it stands. I'm going to ask you to please use the...
Chair, just to make sure what we're voting on, okay?
What's in front of you?
Yeah, but I asked the question, and then two other councilors asked the same question. The intent of how this is going to be applied.
Councillor, we're voting on what's on the screen, that's it.
There needs to be a clear understanding of how this will be applied. The question was asked by myself, Councillor Timms, and one other. Does this mean that when Councillor Petrowski comes back and fulfills the obligations under the Integrity Commissioner's report, does this revert back to he completes sensitivity training and his appointments reset? Or does this mean that for the rest of the term of council, that we have suspended him for that? That's the question that's been asked.
Clearly states right here, upon completion, be allowed to resume his appointment at capacity.
Yeah, but that's not what people were saying. People were cross purposes in the debate and coming back. So that is clear that that's how it's going to be applied.
Yeah. I'm calling the question now. Please use the buttons. Motion's before you.
The vote is open.
It needs 2/3. And 2/3 has been achieved. Thank you. Now for the balance of the correspondence. We'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? And that's carried. I'm going to ask for an extension at this point of the Councillor Redekop, Councillor Joyner, extending to 11 o'clock. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? And that carries.
Point of order, just as if we can ask, Mr. Chair, that today we deal with the fact that Niagara Regional Housing, we're going to need somebody to be in there, as we do have an individual who's absent now due to medical leave or personal leave.
We have to check.
So we need someone else to be at that position. So sometime today we have to vote on that.
I'm going to push that off to next meeting. We have no time to be dealing with any more business than what's on the before us. Okay, I'll call on Councillor, I think the next one is Councillor Redekop. Councillor Redekop for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move, seconded by Councillor Augustine, that correspondence item CLC 60 for 2017 respecting Woodbine Entertainment stall policy be received, and that Regional Council support the resolution passed by Council for the town of Fort Erie with respect to the Woodbine Entertainment stall policy. I wonder if I could briefly provide a synopsis. So the item at 11.2.1 is the resolution that was put forward and passed by the municipality, the council of the town of Fort Erie. It has been approved by several municipal councils in Niagara. We do seek the support of the regional council. This policy basically says this: if you have a horse and you stall it at Woodbine, it can only leave Woodbine once during the course of the year to race somewhere else, unless it's a race where the purse is more than $20,000. As an example, last year on opening day, there were 68 horses entered in 8 races at Fort Erie. Of those 68, 24 came from Woodbine. This year, there were 50 horses in the 8 races, 7 of which came from Woodbine. So that this policy is going to prevent individuals who send their horses from Toronto, and there are many of them, who send their B horses to Fort Erie to run. It will prevent them from doing that more than once per year. There were over 360 horses last year that came to Fort Erie from Woodbine. Many of them only came once. Some of them came 3 times. Some came as many as 7 times. None of those multiple entries will be permitted this year if this stall policy is permitted to continue. Woodbine says that it's a business decision, and in some respects that's correct in the sense that there is a diminished stock of thoroughbred racehorses in Ontario. But aside from the stall policy, they're also running some B purse races at Toronto, so the clear implication is whether it's a good business decision for them, it's an unfair business practice for its competitor, which is the racetrack in Fort Erie. So we've asked for a meeting with the Premier. She has indicated that she will meet with us along with the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Agriculture, who's responsible for this policy. The meeting is being tentatively arranged now. If we are successful, then we preserve the jobs at Fort Erie, we preserve the tax base, we preserve the attraction which has been in Fort Erie for 120 years, and all of the spin-offs associated with that. And we help, we believe, to preserve the horse racing industry in Ontario, which has about 60,000 people involved in various stages. So if we're not successful, we will, and I've spoken to the chair about this, require further assistance to keep the pressure on the provincial government, because this is an absolute detriment to Fort Erie and Niagara in the sense that it is a threat to the Fort Erie racetrack. So I would ask for the support of all of you with respect to the resolution.
In the essence of time, this is a no-brainer. We're all going to be supporting it. I know everybody's going to want to talk to it to get a line in, but quite frankly, we don't have the time to do that. Is there a question? Go ahead.
Thank you for the briefing, Councillor Redekop. I just want to know, where does the Ontario Jockey Club stand on this? And you don't have to give us an answer, but that's the ultimate question. Where do they stand? Thank you.
Okay. Call the vote. All those in favor? And that's everybody. With that, we've got committee reports, and is there an appetite to do them in block? I'm seeing 1 no and a lot of yeses. Move in block? Except for what you, yes, I understand. Councillor Campion?
Yeah, sure, I'd like to move them all in block.
Thank you. Councillor Dart?
I'll second that.
Thank you. There's motions on the floor to move the committee reports in block. Question from Councillor Bentley, and then Councillor Augustine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Councillor Dange will get in while I was pushing my button there, but there's a motion in the Public Works Committee meeting that I don't believe is correct. There was a discussion and a question around one of the resolutions that came from the Transportation Strategy Steering Committee regarding removing a road in Grimsby from the master plan, and the recommendation or the question came to the floor, has the town of Grimsby been communicated with this? And the answer was no. The direction was to send it to the town of Grimsby. This motion here says to move that whole block to the next Public Works meeting here. That will not give us a chance to actually have a discussion on that motion. And that was the sort of the intent of the Councillor Volpatti, Councillor Gale, I think it was, that moved that it be referred to the town of Grimsby. That one item, it's item number 1.
And the action you're asking for tonight?
That, well, the way that the motion or the minutes are worded, it says the whole block goes to the next cycle of Public Works meeting here, which is in 2 weeks, which is not going to be in enough time for it to go to Grimsby and us have a meeting on it to give our direction.
You would like 2 cycles?
I would like at least 2 cycles because we're on record as being opposed to that motion. That motion came to a committee that only had 4 regional councillors at it, and it's talking about the regional transportation strategy. So I think it would be appropriate if that would be, we'd have an opportunity. I mentioned it to the commissioner. We have a resolution from January 2005, I believe, that addresses that issue, and it's never been addressed since. The green belt has come in and all the rest of that. So I think it'd be appropriate if we have an opportunity to at least deal with it as our council and our staff, to comment back to the region and also understand the implications of removing that from the regional's master plan when the GO train's going in that immediate area.
And I think I got concurrence from the commissioner, but he would like to speak.
Thank you, Chair. And part of this stems from the discussion that took place at Transportation Steering Committee, where there was a belief that it was going to, it was at that point in time that triggered the discussion of the town council. That didn't happen. That's fine. Respectfully request that we go no more than 2 cycles. That'll put us to the July meeting so that we don't lose the entire summer in terms of consideration of the master plan.
Thank you. Councillor D'Angelo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to lift an item and make an amendment to it, 12.3, Niagara Regional Housing Governance.
Okay.
My amendment is that that we appoint Councillor Rigby to the board until Councillor Petrowski is ready to return to the board, so that we could meet quorum issue, our quorum problems. The reason I've picked Councillor Rigby is he sat on the board last term. He's quite familiar with Niagara Regional Housing. I think it's a good transition. He doesn't have to go through a whole lengthy process. He might only be there for a short time span, maybe 1 or 2 meetings, but it'll make sure that the board doesn't run into a quorum problem. I do have a seconder, Councillor Gale.
Only if he smiles.
Okay. Call the question. All those in favor?
Well, I'm hoping that he would accept.
Smile.
Carried.
Smile.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Burrows.
That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my question is on corporate services, CSD 13-2017.
Okay.
And while it is referred in the minutes, it's referred to next week, and next week's been canceled, so that's a problem. But also, we spent tens of millions of dollars getting a very important accounting system, control system in place. This motion puts leverage for staff to move up to $1 million in and around different budgets. And so my concern is that we don't just let it pass. I understand there's going to be issues like that, but all of the controls that are now working have suddenly cut off many projects because they've run out of money. And this particular report allows staff to move up to $1 million within budget. So I hope when it comes back, and it won't be next week, but the next meeting, that we deal with it seriously.
Thank you. Councillor Augustine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I asked this question when we dealt with the water wastewater master plan, and it's not recorded in the minutes, and I think it should be, and I was hoping that staff would provide the answer. At that time in committee, Mr. Chair, I spoke about the overflows that were occurring, and after that committee meeting, we saw in the paper that there was significant sewage overflows, diluted sewage overflows in Niagara in the month of May. It was 1 billion liters of overflows of diluted sewage. Mr. Chair, 1 billion liters, even though it was sort of downplayed by staff, etc., that would be like taking the entire city of St. Catharines and putting a centimeter of diluted water sewage on top of it, 100 square kilometers. That's a lot of water, Mr. Chair, and I think it's a significant issue. I asked the question in committee that can we not deal with this issue? And the question I asked was, the master plan, which is over 25 years, will deal with how much of this issue? I was expecting a report back from staff to council here to say, well, it addresses it by 70% or 80% or 90%. We don't have that number.
Let me turn to the commissioner and get a response.
Thank you.
Through you, Chair, the response to the question will be dealt with through the same 45-day notice period. It was taken as input and it's going to be responded to. I couldn't offer a number at this point in time. I mean, we spoke to it at the committee meeting. The plan that the proposed plan that's before council is strides ahead of many other jurisdictions. But I just want to provide some clarity, and probably for the mayors, in order to deal with, absolutely deal with combined systems, that's almost entirely a local issue. You have to deal with the water getting into the system. We can't quadruple the size of our plants so that diluted water doesn't bypass.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. I agree with the commissioner, and we've said as a body here, and we've increased the dollars that are available for area municipalities to deal with this issue, and we've prioritized those dollars as well to try to encourage the separation of storm and sewer water together. And it's an important initiative for us. That billion liters, Mr. Chair, does not include, I found out from staff, does not include the pumping that occurs. And staff are going to be getting a number of that if there's a well that's in an area with a forced main, if that's going to overflow, that gets pumped into the environment locally as well. So it's not just at the wastewater stations, Mr. Chair. It actually occurs in other parts of the community as well. And so that billion liters is higher. I don't know how much higher, but it is higher, especially when there's a storm event. So this affects the entire Niagara region, Mr. Chair, and I think it's something that could unify us as a region. We should be united on this issue and say that we will no longer, in 25 years' time, no longer dump sewer water, diluted as it is, into our lakes and streams. I've heard feedback from so many people, Mr. Chair, that they're concerned about swimming in our lakes and our rivers this year because of what happened in May. And I think it's something that we need to look at. So I'll be raising this issue as we continue along this process, Mr. Chair, and it should be something that we address. And we should be able to address it within 25 years. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? That's carried. I want to take a moment to recognize Mr. Greg White that's in the audience and has been here all night. Thank you for your patience, Greg. Greg is the chair of the fundraising committee of the Canal Memorial, and we just through our economic development minutes have approved the award of the region's portion to the Canal Memorial in St. Catharines. So thank you for persevering through the entire night, and congratulations on the award. So saying that, there are no CAO reports tonight. Are there any notices of motion? Seeing none. I'm going to move to bylaws, and I'll call on Councillor Augustine for the bylaws.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's been moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Redekop, that bills 47 to 50 be now read and be passed. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no questions or comments, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? And that carries. Thank you very much. I'll call this meeting adjourned.
Did he ask us whether we wanted to go confidential? See you, John. Take it easy. Drive home safely. We always have a long way to go. One of the furthest. Yeah, okay.